Hey, my food is cold. Heat it up. Give me a bath and get me a beer. Hurry up, you're so clumsy. Why can't you do things properly, you lazy person? My husband treats me badly every day. He smiles when he sees me frustrated. I am the main breadwinner, so I should be treated with respect. He relies on me, so he should be more appreciative. A wife is supposed to obey her husband, but if he doesn't like it, I'll show him how hard it is to make as much money as I do. He's not the same as he used to be. I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving him. But he just said I'd come back soon since I don't earn money like him. What a ridiculous thing to say. He'll realize how wrong he is soon enough. I'm Kim, a regular housewife. I've been married for 5 years. My daughter, Sarah, is still a handful, but I'm happy being a mom. My husband, Bill, and I met at work. He worked in sales, and I was his assistant. He was the one who chased after me, and I gave in because I liked how he treated me. He promised to make me happy for life. After he proposed, he asked me to quit my job and become a housewife. My mom was a housewife, and my dad worked. I wanted to have the same kind of family. He wanted me to support him as a traditional wife, and I believed his promise to support me, so I quit my job. But looking back, those were just empty words. Bring me a beer. Bill always sits in front of the TV, giving me orders with just a gesture. If I'm slow, he slams the table. Soon after we married, I saw his true nature. He treated me like a servant, even though workplaces don't expect women to serve drinks anymore. In his family, the wife was supposed to quietly obey her husband. I didn't know much about his parents, but it seemed normal to him that a wife should serve her husband like a slave. Why is my dinner cold? You should always have hot meals ready for me, no matter how late I get home. You should know that by now. I can't help when I'll be home. Why don't you get it? I'm the one who earns the money. I should be treated well. He would remind me constantly that I was just a housewife. He made the money, so he was the boss. He treated me like I was dependent on him, even though I took care of everything at home. He even wasted money on gambling. Did you gamble again? I told you to stop. Mind your business. It's my hobby. Sarah is still young. We need money for her care and for her education. I can't even buy her toys if you keep losing money. You need to manage things better. You're the one who stays home, so you should make sure we don't run out of money. Shut up. I can spend my money however I want. Don't tell me what to do. You're just a housewife. He yelled at me every day, and I didn't want Sarah to hear us fight. I tried to be patient, but one thing pushed me too far. I came home one day and noticed my closet was open. I had closed it before leaving. I checked and realized one of my bags was missing. It wasn't expensive, but it was special to me because my mom had given it to me when I got my first job. She knew how hard it was for me to find a job, so she gave me a designer bag as a gift. I'd always treasured it because it reminded me of her love and support. When I asked Bill about the missing bag, he casually said, "Oh, that bag. I sold it online." Why? Because you think I spent too much for a housewife. It was a designer bag. Worth a lot. You're wrong. Anything bought with my salary belongs to me. A housewife has no say. If I want to sell it, I will. You're awful. I have my own life too. What life? You made me stay home with Sarah while you went out to meet your friend. You bought more things we don't need, didn't you? I met my best friend from college. It was important. You don't make any money, so you have no right to argue. If you don't like it, show me you can make half of what I do. I bet you can't. I was done arguing. He just said, "Let's see if I can win tomorrow's game with the money from the bag sale." Our loud fight reached Sarah upstairs, and I heard her crying. That was the breaking point. I put up with so much, hoping it would get better, but it wasn't. He had even disrespected my memories of my mom, and now our daughter had heard us fighting. I knew I couldn't let her grow up with him. I had to leave. I decided to go back to my parents' house. Bill didn't stop me. He just said, "You'll come back to me in a few days. You're just a housewife with no money." I didn't care what he thought. I was determined to start over. When I arrived at my parents' house, they greeted us warmly. They told me to stay as long as I needed, and they were happy to have Sarah with them. Their love made me cry for the first time in a long time. "You're still our daughter, even if you've been away," my mom said. "I'm okay, Mommy," Sarah said. "We're going to be happy now," I told them. We started our new life together. Sarah settled in quickly because she was always close to her grandparents. It felt good to be away from all the stress. I was even eating more, enjoying every meal without being criticized. I started to smile again, and my friends noticed how much better I seemed. But then, one day, I got a call from an unknown number. I was nervous but decided to answer. "Hello, is this Kim?" I was shocked to hear the voice. It was my mother-in-law. She continued, "Sorry to call you out of the blue, but I needed to talk about you and Bill." "Hi, what's wrong?" "I need to tell you something about your safety. Also, I want to apologize. Bill came to see us last night." Here's what she told me. Bill visited his parents late at night to talk about what happened. They found out that I had taken Sarah and left, and Bill said this. "Kim left and didn't even come back to clean the house. It's a total mess now." "But Bill, she moved in with her parents, right? You'll have to clean yourself." "She left on her own. She should at least come back and clean while I'm at work. After all, she's a housewife, and that's her job." "That's ridiculous. She couldn't even do the chores right when she was living with you. She made excuses, like saying Sarah was too young. The reason she went back to her parents is because she couldn't handle things. She's going to learn from her mom and change her attitude towards you. And yet, she's been gone for over a month now." "Wait, have you thought about why she left?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "I'm saying it's because of you. If you keep thinking she left because of her, she's never coming back. She's hurt by the way you treat her." "Oh, whatever. A wife should obey her husband. She's supposed to support me, right? You and Mom were like that too." "Well, I've never been treated badly by your father. I respect him, and I've always cared for him with love. I love your mom, and I never thought she was below me. I wouldn't have a life without her. If I made you think a husband is better than a wife, I'm sorry. You need to apologize to Kim, and while you wait for her forgiveness, think about what you've done." Bill's parents told him off, but he didn't listen. He still thought he was right. It could have ended there, but then he said he was coming to see me. This made my parents worried. "I'm glad you let me know. We've always worried Bill might treat you badly. We should have realized sooner. Whatever happens, we'll support you," my mom said. "Thanks. I'll come by with Sarah once things settle. Be careful with Bill. He might do something if he gets too worked up." Soon after, my mother-in-law's warning came true. I was out one day, leaving Sarah with my mom, when I ran into Bill on the street. "Hey, Kim." "Oh no, Bill." He looked a mess. His shirt was worn, and his suit was wrinkled. I used to take care of his clothes, but now he looked unkempt. "What are you doing here?" That's my question. What are you doing out here in the middle of the day, leaving Sarah alone? And look at you, all dressed up. Don't tell me you're meeting some guy. You look like an Avon sales lady. "I'm just meeting a friend. It's none of your business." "It is my business. I'm your husband. You probably bought those clothes with my money. Don't talk back to me." He was back to his usual behavior, but I didn't have to take it anymore. "I bought these with my own money. My makeup and shoes too. How can I spend your money when we're not even together anymore?" "Well, wait, you were wasting money. That's why I got this stupid bill in the mail." He waved a paper in front of me. "Credit card payment. It wasn't paid from my account. This never happened before you left." "All right, I got it." There wasn't enough money in his account, and the bank couldn't process the payment. Bill blamed me for spending all the money. His narrow-minded thinking was almost pitiful. What's wrong? I just couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He's so stupid. Stupid? How dare you? Yeah, you bring home the money, but you're too dumb to track your spending. I swear I never touched your money. Even if I wanted to, you don't make enough to do that. It seemed like Bill still didn't understand, so I explained. Your salary was never enough. It wasn't an issue for us to live on $4,000, but it became impossible because of your gambling. My gambling? You were the one losing big sums, and then you had to gamble again the next week. No money left in the account. I was covering the shortfall. What do you mean covering it? How could you make that kind of money? You're just a housewife. Stop saying vulgar things. I worked a normal job. You thought I was just a housewife, but I was doing freelance work. My best friend from college helped me get into translation consulting. I worked from home, balancing it with household chores. I even went out for business meetings. My stupid husband never knew. Can you really make that much money doing that job? Finally, Bill seemed to believe me, looking pale and shocked. I proudly replied, "At first, it was very little. It's all about experience." But I stuck with it. And now I've earned big projects. This month I've made $8,000. 8,000. My salary is double yours. That means I'm above you, right? Well, you may make more, but I do all the housework and handle my job. Can you imagine how hard that is? You just work and gamble. He seemed to shrink in embarrassment, but then, unexpectedly, he dropped to his knees. I'm sorry. I had no idea you were covering for me. Covering for you? No, I did it to escape you. Please come back. The house is a mess without you. I don't know how to dress, and I'm tired of takeaways. You still see me as a housewife, don't you? Seriously? You never learn. The breadwinner is above the housewife, right? Then you clean and cook for yourself. I turned my back on him. I had a meeting with a client for a big project, and I wasn't wasting any more time on him. Before leaving, I added, I've already seen a divorce lawyer. The papers will be sent to you, not another credit card bill. Take care of it. A year later, I'm still working as a translator. I've even got a translated novel coming out. Sarah has adjusted well to kindergarten, and my parents help with her. When I visited my ex-in-laws, they told me Bill still hadn't changed. He said he was glad to be rid of his useless wife, which made them cut ties with him. Rumors say he still has a gambling problem and owes money to loan sharks. But that's no longer my concern. Now with my parents and Sarah, we have our own family.
The text message came just as I was boarding my flight to Dad's funeral. Don't bother coming. You're not welcome here. My brother Richard's words hit me like a physical blow, making me stumble as I reached for my seat. The elderly woman next to me asked if I was okay. I wasn't. I'm Eloise, and this wasn't the first time my family had shut me out. But being banned from my own father's funeral? That was a new low, even for them. Miss, you need to turn off your phone now, the flight attendant said, hovering over me. I nodded numbly, but not before another message popped up from my sister Milena. I'm so sorry, Elle. Richard and Derek made the decision. I tried to stop them. 3 years earlier, they'd done the same thing with Mom's funeral. I'd shown up anyway, ignoring their protests. The memory of that day still burns. How dare you show your face here? Richard had grabbed my arm in the church parking lot, his fingers digging into my flesh. You abandoned the family when Mom needed you most. I didn't abandon anyone, I'd shot back, yanking free. I just chose a different path. Mom supported my decision. Derek had stepped between us, always playing peacekeeper. This isn't the time or place. Mom wouldn't want this. Mom wouldn't want a lot of things. Richard had sneered, like her only daughter choosing her precious career over family. The plane took off, and I closed my eyes, fighting back tears. My phone burned in my pocket, filled with unanswered messages from Luke, my business partner, asking if I needed him to come with me. I'd told him no. This was something I had to face alone. But now I wouldn't be facing anything at all. The woman beside me offered a tissue. Family troubles, dear? I let out a bitter laugh. You could say that. My brothers just banned me from our father's funeral. Her eyes widened. Good Lord, whatever for? Because I dared to dream bigger than our family business. I wiped my eyes. I wanted to build something of my own instead of being stuck in Dad's shadow forever. And that was enough for them too? They blame me for Mom's death, I said quietly. She had cancer. They think if I'd stayed home instead of moving to New York to start my company, she might have lived longer, as if my presence could have somehow stopped stage 4 pancreatic cancer. The plane reached cruising altitude, and the drink cart started making its rounds. I ordered a whiskey, something I rarely did. My phone vibrated again the moment I turned it back on after landing. This time, it was Derek. Elle, please understand, his message read. Dad's last weeks were hard. He kept asking why you weren't there. I typed back furiously. Maybe because none of you told me he was sick? 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, we tried calling your office. Bullshit. My hands were shaking. You have my cell number. You have my email. You know where I live. Don't pretend this was anything but deliberate. Another message from Milena. They're starting the service in an hour. I can live stream it to you if you want. I stared at her message for a long time before responding. No, they wanted me out. I'm out. But tell Richard something for me? What? Tell him Dad's company won't be the only Howard legacy anymore. I'm going to build something so big, so successful, that our family name will be known for my achievements, not just Dad's. Elle, don't do anything rash. I turned off my phone and headed to the rental car counter. I wouldn't be attending Dad's funeral, but I had somewhere else to be. My company was about to sign our biggest deal yet, and I'd be damned if I'd let my family's rejection derail that. As I drove away from the airport, Mom's last words to me echoed in my head. Don't let them clip your wings, sweetheart. Fly as high as you can. Well, Mom, I thought, gripping the steering wheel tighter, I'm about to soar so high they'll never be able to reach me. And when they inevitably come crashing down, because with Richard and Derek's management style, they will, I'll be watching from above. Let them ban me from funerals. Let them blame me for things beyond my control. I'll show them what real power looks like, and when the time comes, they'll be the ones begging for my help. I pulled onto the highway, leaving my father's funeral behind. Ahead of me lay New York, my company, and my revenge. It would be served cold, calculated, and completely within the bounds of business law. After all, I am my father's daughter. You're insane, Eloise, Luke said, staring at the acquisition papers on my desk. Absolutely insane, and I love it. 5 years had passed since Dad's funeral. I'd poured every ounce of pain and rejection into building Howard Enterprises, and it had paid off spectacularly. Today, we were finalizing our 10th major acquisition. Sign here. I pushed the papers toward him. And our little startup officially becomes a corporate giant. Luke's pen hovered over the dotted line. You know this makes us direct competitors with your family's company, right? That's the point. I smiled, remembering Richard's text from 5 years ago. Sometimes karma needs a little push. The intercom buzzed. Ms. Howard, your friend Willow is here. Send her in. Willow burst through the door, waving her phone. Have you seen the business news? Your brother Derek just gave the most desperate interview I've ever witnessed. Pull it up on the screen, Luke said, pointing to our conference display. Derek's face filled the wall, looking older and more haggard than I remembered. The ticker below read, Howard & Sons Manufacturing faces financial crisis. We're adapting to market changes, Derek was saying, his voice strained. Our father built this company on traditional values, and we're committed to maintaining his vision. That's corporate speak for we're drowning, Luke muttered. I leaned back in my chair, watching my brother squirm under the interviewer's questions about declining profits and market share. Sources say you've lost 40% of your value in the last quarter alone. The interviewer pressed. How do you respond? Derek loosened his tie. We're exploring various options to... My phone rang. Milena's name flashed on the screen. Should I take it? I asked Willow. She nodded. Time to face the music. Eloise? Milena's voice cracked. We need your help. Funny, I thought I wasn't part of the family anymore. Please, just listen. Richard's too proud to call, but we're in trouble. Real trouble. I put the phone on speaker. I'm watching Derek's interview right now. Doesn't look good. It's worse than it looks. We're 3 months from bankruptcy unless something changes. The bank's threatening to call in our loans. Luke raised an eyebrow at me. We both knew this was coming. And what exactly do you expect me to do about it? I kept my voice neutral. You've built an amazing company, Elle. Everyone in the industry knows it. We need your expertise, your connections. Please. I muted the phone. What do you think? I asked Luke and Willow. It's what you've been waiting for, Willow said. The perfect revenge served on a silver platter. Luke nodded. But be careful, family businesses are messy. I unmuted the call. I'll think about it, but I have conditions. Anything, Milena said quickly. I want a meeting, all of us, including Richard. Silence on the line. Milena? He won't like it. Then I guess you'll have to convince him, because I won't help unless he's there, acknowledging that he needs me. I'll make it happen, she promised. Thank you, Elle. After hanging up, I walked to the window, looking out over the Manhattan skyline. 5 years ago, they wouldn't let me say goodbye to Dad. Now they're begging for my help. Are you really going to help them? Willow asked. Oh, I'm going to do more than help them. I turned back to my friends. I'm going to take over, Luke whistled. Richard will never agree to that. He won't have a choice. They're drowning, and I'm their only lifeline. I picked up the acquisition papers we'd just signed. Besides, I didn't build all this just to play nice. My phone buzzed with a text from Milena. Meeting set for Friday. Richard agreed. Please don't make us regret this. I showed the message to Luke and Willow. Ready to face your demons? Willow asked. More than ready. I sat back at my desk, pulling up Howard & Sons financial records. Dad always said business isn't personal, but he was wrong. Sometimes it's very personal. Luke gathered his things. Want me there on Friday? No, this is family business. I smiled. For now. After they left, I stayed late, studying every detail of my family's company's decline. Each poor decision, every missed opportunity, all the outdated policies Richard had clung to. They told a story of stubborn pride and incompetence. Friday couldn't come soon enough. I had waited 5 years for this moment, building my empire piece by piece, preparing for the day they'd have no choice but to acknowledge my success. Don't let them clip your wings, Mom had said. Well, Mom, I thought, not only did I keep my wings, I learned to soar, and now I'm coming home to roost. Walking into Howard & Sons felt like stepping back in time. The same faded carpets, the same dusty photographs of Dad with various clients, even the same ancient coffee machine sputtering in the corner. Only now, everything carried an air of decay. Sandra, Dad's old secretary, did a double take when I walked in. Eloise, is that really you? Hi, Sandra, I smiled, noting the new wrinkles around her eyes. Still keeping this place running? Trying to. She lowered her voice. Your brothers are waiting in the conference room, all of them. I straightened my blazer. How bad is it really, Sandra? Bad enough that Richard's here on a Friday instead of his golf club. That said everything. The conference room fell silent when I walked in. Richard sat at Dad's old seat, of course. Derek slouched beside him, while Milena stood by the window, wringing her hands. Well, well, Richard said, not standing. Look who finally graces us with her presence. Nice to see you too, Richard. Love what you've done with the place. Very vintage. Derek cleared his throat. Can we skip the hostilities? We're here to talk business. Are we? I set my briefcase on the table. Because last time I tried to talk business with this family, I was told to stay in my lane and never come back. That was different, Richard snapped. Dad was dead, I cut in. Yes, he was, and I wasn't allowed to say goodbye. Funny how you want my help now. Milena stepped forward. Elle, please, we're trying. I pulled out my laptop. Show me the books. Derek slid a folder across the table. I flipped through pages of red ink and declining numbers, each sheet telling a story of mismanagement and stubborn adherence to outdated methods. Jesus, I muttered. When was the last time you updated your production line? Dad's methods worked fine, Richard defended. Dad's methods worked 20 years ago. The world's changed. I walked to the wall of photographs, stopping at one of Dad in front of the factory. You know what he told me once? The biggest mistake a businessman can make is thinking tomorrow will look like yesterday. Don't you dare quote Dad to me. Richard stood up. You weren't here because you pushed me out. I spun to face him. I wanted to modernize, to expand. You wanted to play king of the castle in Dad's chair. Stop it, both of you. Milena slammed her hand on the table. This isn't helping. I took a deep breath. You're right. Let's talk solutions. I can help, but I have conditions. Here we go, Richard muttered. First, I want full control. No interference, no committees, but Dad would have arguments. Derek leaned forward. For how long? Until the company's profitable again. Could be 6 months, could be 2 years. Absolutely not. Richard stood up. I won't hand over Dad's legacy to what, Richard? Your more successful sister? The one who built a company worth 10 times this one in 5 years? Milena touched Richard's arm. We don't have a choice. The bank's meeting is next week. I continued. Second condition, I merge this company with mine. The room exploded. You can't. That's ridiculous. Listen. I raised my voice. You need my resources, my connections, my modern infrastructure. A merger is the fastest way to save this company. Richard's face turned red. This is a takeover, not help. Call it whatever you want. But without me, this company dies. Dad's legacy dies. Your choice. Derek rubbed his face. Can we have time to discuss this? You have until Monday. After that, I'm busy with my own acquisitions. I packed up my laptop, then paused at the door. Oh, and Richard, that private meeting you're planning with United Manufacturing tomorrow? Cancel it. They're filing for bankruptcy next week. His jaw dropped. How did you? I know everything happening in this industry. That's why you need me. I smiled. I'll wait for your call. Walking out, I stopped at Dad's old office. Through the glass, I could see Richard had kept it exactly the same. Same desk, same chair, same everything. But Dad's spirit of innovation, his drive to adapt and grow, that was long gone. Sandra appeared beside me. He'd be proud of you, you know. Your father. Would he? He always said you were the one most like him. Richard got his stubbornness, Derek his charm. But you? She squeezed my arm. You got his vision. I touched the glass one last time, then headed for the elevator. Behind me, I could hear my siblings arguing in the conference room. They had until Monday to swallow their pride, but I already knew what they'd choose. Pride doesn't pay the bills, and the banks don't care about family legacies. They'd call, and when they did, I'd be ready to remake this company in my image, just like I'd always dreamed. They called Sunday night, not Monday. Richard's voice was strained when he said, "We accept your terms." Now, a week later, I sat in Dad's old office, my office, reviewing files when Milena burst in without knocking. You need to see this. She dropped a stack of papers on my desk. Bank statements, invoices, transfer records, all showing irregular patterns. Where did you find these? I flipped through the documents, my stomach tightening. Hidden in Richard's private files. I've been helping with the handover paperwork and... She swallowed hard. Someone's been cooking the books. I grabbed my phone to call Luke. Get down here, now. While waiting, I dug deeper into the records. Money had been systematically siphoned off through a maze of fake vendors and inflated invoices. This wasn't just mismanagement. This was fraud. Luke arrived 20 minutes later, taking one look at my face before closing the door. What's wrong? Show him, I told Milena. As Luke reviewed the documents, Derek walked in. The production team's ready for your inspection. What's going on? Close the door, I ordered, and call Richard, family meeting, now. He's at the club. Get him here. An hour later, we all sat around the conference table, the damning documents spread before us. Richard's face had turned an interesting shade of purple as Luke explained what we'd found. These transactions, Luke pointed to a spreadsheet, show systematic theft over the past 3 years, nearly $2 million funneled through shell companies. That's impossible, Richard sputtered. I review all major transactions. Exactly, I said. You review them. So either you're incompetent or you're involved. Derek jumped up. Are you accusing our brother of stealing? I'm stating facts. Money disappeared. Richard had oversight. Do the math. Milena touched Richard's arm. Tell them it's not true. Richard's silence filled the room like poison gas. Holy shit, Derek whispered. Rich. It wasn't stealing, Richard finally said. I was investing in new opportunities. In your personal account? I slammed my hand on the table. That's called embezzlement, brother dear. You don't understand. After Dad died, we were struggling. I needed capital for side ventures to keep us afloat. To keep your golf membership afloat, you mean? I pulled up his personal bank statements. Country club dues, vacation homes, private school for your kids, all while the company bled out. Luke cleared his throat. As your legal counsel, I should mention this is criminal behavior. You wouldn't, Richard leaned forward. I'm your brother. Watch me. I stood up. You have two choices. Either resign immediately, surrender all company shares, and repay every penny, or I call the police. You can't do this, Richard's face contorted. This is my company. Not anymore. I nodded to Luke, who slid a document across the table. Resignation papers. Sign them. Derek put his head in his hands. Dad would be ashamed. Dad's dead, Richard snapped, and she's destroying everything he built. No, Milena's voice was quiet but firm. You did that yourself. Richard looked around the table, finding no allies. With shaking hands, he picked up the pen. I want your resignation letter on my desk tomorrow, I said as he signed. Cite personal reasons. Keep it clean, and we'll keep this quiet. For Dad's sake. After Richard stormed out, Derek turned to me. What now? Now? I pulled out my laptop. We rebuild, starting with a full audit and restructuring. I found something else, Milena said softly. In the old files, Dad's personal letters. She handed me a yellowed envelope. Inside was a letter dated just before his death. Dear Eloise, it began. If you're reading this, I failed to fix things between you and your siblings. I was wrong to let them push you away. Your vision for the company was right. I see that now. I hope someday you'll come back and show them a better way. Love, Dad. My hands trembled. When did you find this? This morning. Richard never sent it. Luke touched my shoulder. You okay? I folded the letter carefully. Call the executive team. I want everyone here in an hour. It's time to announce some changes. As they filed out, I walked to the window, looking out at the factory floor below. Workers moved between machines, same as they had in Dad's day. But soon, everything would change. My phone buzzed, a text from Willow. Heard about Richard. You okay? I typed back, better than okay. Finally got what I wanted. Revenge? I thought about Dad's letter, about Richard's downfall, about the company's future. No, I replied, justice, and a chance to make things right. The factory whistle blew, signaling shift change, time to face the staff and begin the new era of Howard Enterprises. Dad's legacy wasn't dead, it was just getting started. You're firing half the management team? Derek paced my office, running his hands through his hair. They've been here for decades. I'm not firing them, I corrected, reviewing the reorganization plans. I'm offering them new positions or early retirement packages. The old hierarchy doesn't work anymore. 3 months had passed since Richard's resignation. The company was undergoing massive changes, and not everyone was happy about it. My phone buzzed. Another angry email from the old guard. These dinosaurs are fighting me at every turn. They're scared, Milena said from her new desk in the corner. I'd promoted her to Chief Operations Officer, much to everyone's surprise. Turned out she had a natural talent for logistics. They should be, I muttered, then pressed the intercom. Sandra, is everyone here for the meeting? Yes, waiting in the main conference room. And Richard's here. I sat up straight. What? He's demanding to speak to the board. Derek and Milena exchanged worried looks. Let him try. I grabbed my presentation materials. The board's about to vote on my modernization plan anyway. Perfect timing. The conference room fell silent as we entered. Richard stood at the far end, wearing a rumpled suit that had seen better days. The board members sat uncomfortably between us, like children caught between fighting parents. Ladies and gentlemen, I began, but Richard cut me off. Before my sister continues dismantling our father's legacy, he announced, I have evidence of her corporate espionage. Several board members gasped. I kept my face neutral. Really, Richard? That's your play? He slapped a folder on the table. She's been stealing our clients, undermining our contracts, all while pretending to help. Those are our internal documents, Derek said, scanning the papers. How did you get these? Friends in accounting, Richard smirked. Not everyone supports this hostile takeover. I walked calmly to the presentation screen and pulled up a spreadsheet. You mean these contracts? The ones that were already failing under your leadership? I highlighted several rows. The ones where you were overcharging clients by 40% to cover your personal expenses? Richard's smirk faltered. Or perhaps, I continued, you'd like to explain to the board why our biggest client switched to my company 6 months ago? Here's their complaint file. Dozens of quality control issues, delayed shipments, inflated invoices. You're destroying everything Dad built, Richard shouted. No, I'm saving it. I slammed my hands on the table. Look around. The factory floor hasn't been updated in 20 years. Our competitors are using AI and automation while we're still doing manual inventory. Half our workforce is approaching retirement with no succession plan. Milena stepped forward. I have the employee satisfaction surveys from last month. She distributed papers to the board. 85% support Eloise's changes. Morale is up, efficiency is up, and for the first time in 5 years, we're actually hiring instead of laying people off. The numbers don't lie, I pointed to the screen. Third quarter projections show a 60% increase in productivity. We've secured 3 major contracts since implementing the new systems. One of the board members cleared his throat. These results are impressive, but change at this pace is risky. You know what's riskier? Derek surprised everyone by speaking up. Staying the same while the world moves forward. I watched my brother nearly bankrupt us trying to preserve the past. I won't make that mistake again. Richard lunged for the presentation remote. Let me show you what she's really doing. Security, I called out. 2 guards appeared at the door. Please escort my brother out. He's no longer authorized to be on premises. As they led him away, he shouted, This isn't over, Eloise. Actually, it is. I turned to the board. Now, shall we vote on the modernization plan? The vote passed unanimously. Later that evening, I found Milena in Dad's old archive room, sorting through files. Found something interesting, she said, holding up a dusty blueprint. Dad's original designs for the factory included an automated assembly line. He never implemented it because the old guard threatened to quit. I studied the yellowed paper. He was ahead of his time. Like father, like daughter. She smiled. Though I doubt he would have handled Richard quite so ruthlessly. Speaking of Richard, Derek appeared in the doorway. Just heard from his wife. He's checking into rehab. Apparently, he's been struggling since the resignation. A twinge of guilt hit me. Get him the best care. Company's health insurance still covers him. Already done. Derek hesitated. You know, I didn't see it before, but you really are Dad's daughter. He would have been proud of today. I touched Dad's blueprint gently. We're not done yet. Tomorrow we start phase 2, retooling the production line. The old guard will hate that, Milena laughed. Good thing I'm not here to be liked. I rolled up the blueprint. I'm here to build something that lasts. Outside, the factory lights blazed against the darkening sky, illuminating the new Howard Enterprises logo. Change was coming, whether they liked it or not. Someone's sabotaging the new equipment. Luke dropped a security report on my desk. Third incident this month. I rubbed my temples, staring at the photos of damaged machinery. 6 months into the modernization, and we'd hit a wall of resistance I hadn't expected. Production's down 30%, Milena added, pulling up the latest numbers. The workers are scared. Someone's spreading rumors that the automation will replace them all. My phone buzzed. Derek calling from the factory floor. You need to get down here, now. The manufacturing floor was chaos. Workers clustered in groups. Machinery sat idle, and in the center of it all stood Marcus, our longest-serving foreman, holding what looked like internal memos. These documents prove it, he shouted as I approached. She's planning to fire everyone over 50. Replace us with machines and kids fresh out of college. Those documents are fake, I said loudly, making heads turn. Where did you get them? Marcus's face reddened. Found them in the break room. Really? Because they have Richard's old letterhead. I stepped closer. When did my brother contact you, Marcus? The crowd murmured. Marcus shifted uncomfortably. Everyone in the conference room, I announced. Now. 10 minutes later, I faced my workforce. Decades of experience sat before me, generations of families who'd built their lives around this company. Their fear was real, even if the documents weren't. Let me be clear, I began. No one is getting fired. The automation isn't replacing you, it's supporting you. That's not what we heard, someone called out. I know there are rumors. I know change is scary. But look at these. I projected photos on the screen. This is what our competitors' factories look like. This is what we're up against. The images showed sleek, modern facilities. Our main competitor had tripled their output last quarter. But here's what they don't have. I switched to our employee records. 250 years of combined experience in this room. Knowledge that no machine can replace. Derek stepped forward. The automation handles the dangerous, repetitive tasks. You'll be trained for specialized roles. Higher pay, better conditions. Prove it, Marcus challenged. I pulled up the new salary structure. Average wage increase of 40% after training, full benefits, college tuition support for your kids, and a profit-sharing program. The room grew quiet. But first, I continued, I need to know who's been sabotaging our equipment, because every broken machine costs jobs. Every delayed order pushes us closer to what Richard almost achieved, bankruptcy. Milena distributed new contracts. These guarantee your positions through the transition and beyond, but we need your help identifying the saboteur. A young worker stood up. It's Marcus. He's been meeting with Mr. Richard at Joey's bar every week. I saw them. Marcus lunged for the worker, but security intercepted him. Is this true? I asked. Richard said you'd destroy everything. Marcus spat. Said we needed to stop you before. Before what? Before I could save the company? I walked to him. You've worked here 30 years, Marcus. Did I ever lie to you? He looked away. Check his locker, someone called out. Security found tools matching the damage patterns and more fake documents. I'm not pressing charges, I told Marcus as security led him out. But you're done here, and tell my brother if he tries to interfere again, our agreement about keeping his embezzlement quiet is void. After the drama, I addressed the remaining workers. Anyone else want to leave? Doors open. But if you stay, I need your full commitment. We do this together or not at all. No one moved. Good. I pointed to the new equipment. Training starts tomorrow. Show me what you can do with the right tools. Later, in my office, Luke reviewed the incident reports. Think Richard will back off now? He has to. He's broke, in rehab, and one phone call away from criminal charges. I signed Marcus's termination papers. But I'm more worried about the old guard's loyalty. Today might have fixed that, Derek said. Nothing builds trust like showing your cards openly. Milena entered with the afternoon production numbers. Teams are already back at work. And look, efficiency's up 15% since this morning. Sometimes you need a crisis to clear the air, Luke observed. My phone buzzed. A text from Richard's wife. He's doing better. Asked about the company today. Said maybe you were right about the changes. Speaking of changes, Derek pointed out the window. The factory floor had transformed. Workers who'd been clustered in angry groups that morning were now gathered around the new machines, learning, asking questions. The fear was giving way to curiosity. Dad used to say, Milena smiled, that the hardest part of leadership is bringing people along with you. I watched my father's workforce embrace the future he'd once dreamed of. We're not just bringing them along, we're bringing them up. The factory hummed with new energy, but something still felt off, like we were missing a piece of the puzzle. I just hoped we'd find it before the next crisis hit. The annual shareholders meeting was in full swing when Richard walked in. 8 months sober looked good on him. Clear eyes, pressed suit, steady hands. The room fell silent as he made his way to the front. Please continue, Eloise, he said quietly, taking a seat in the back row. I gripped the podium tighter. As I was saying, our third quarter results exceeded all projections. The modernization program is a lie, a voice shouted from the crowd. Thomas, our former head of accounting, stood up. I have proof that these numbers are manipulated. Here we go again. Thomas, I sighed. We've been through this. The audit committee. The audit committee is in your pocket. He turned to the shareholders. Just like her brother was cooking the books, she's inflating the success of her precious automation program. Richard stood up. That's not true. Everyone turned to stare at him. The numbers are real, he continued. I've seen the raw data, the factory output, the client contracts. He walked to the front. My sister isn't destroying our father's legacy. She's building on it. Thomas sputtered. But you said, at the club, you told us to fight her changes. I was wrong. Richard faced the crowd. I was bitter, drunk, and wrong. This company was dying under my leadership. Eloise saved it. I felt tears threatening but forced them back. Richard, you don't have to. Yes, I do. He pulled out a folder. I came here today to return these, my remaining shares in the company. They should go to someone who knows what to do with them. Thomas wasn't finished. You're all blind. She pushed out loyal employees, brought in her fancy consultants. You mean the loyal employees who were sabotaging equipment? Milena stood up. Or the ones taking kickbacks from suppliers. Derek joined in. The company's profit margin has doubled. Employee satisfaction is at an all-time high. Those are facts, Thomas, not manipulation. The truth is, Richard addressed the shareholders, I nearly destroyed everything our father built because I was too proud to admit the world had changed. My sister had the vision I lacked. Thomas stormed toward the podium. This is all a setup. Security moved to intercept him, but Richard got there first, blocking his path. Enough, Thomas. It's over. Richard's voice was firm. Go home before you embarrass yourself further. As security escorted Thomas out, I turned to the shareholders. Any other questions about the numbers? The room remained silent. Then let's vote on the expansion proposal. The vote was unanimous in favor. As people filed out, Richard lingered. That couldn't have been easy, I said. Sobriety has a way of clearing your vision. He smiled sadly. I found Dad's old journals during rehab. He wrote about you, you know. Said you reminded him of himself at your age. Always pushing boundaries, seeing possibilities others missed. Richard, let me finish. I was wrong about everything. The company, Dad's legacy, you. He handed me the folder with his shares. These belong to you now. Use them better than I did. Derek and Milena joined us. For the first time in years, all four Howard siblings stood together without tension. I have a proposal, I said. The expansion plans include a new research and development division. We need someone to run it, someone who knows the old systems but isn't afraid to experiment. Richard's eyes widened. Are you offering a chance to be part of the future instead of clinging to the past? Interested? You'd trust me after everything? Trust is earned, Derek said, like forgiveness. Milena hugged Richard. Welcome back, brother. Later that evening, we gathered in Dad's old office, now a modern conference room, but with his photos still on the walls. Remember when we were kids, Milena said, and Dad would let us play office in here? You always wanted to be the boss. Derek laughed. Look how that turned out, Richard added, but without bitterness. I touched Dad's picture. He'd be proud of us, all of us. Even me? Richard asked quietly. Especially you, I said. It takes courage to admit you're wrong, to change. My phone buzzed. Luke with the final shareholder tallies. Support for the expansion was even higher than expected. So what's next? Derek asked. I smiled. Now we build something extraordinary. Together. The setting sun streamed through the windows, casting long shadows across the office. Outside, the factory hummed with new life, old and new, working in harmony. To Dad, Richard raised his water glass, and to the future. We clinked glasses, four siblings united again, stronger for having been broken. The company wasn't just surviving anymore, it was thriving. And so were we. Ready for this? Luke asked, straightening my blazer as cameras set up in the factory's main hall. Born ready. I checked my notes one last time. The Wall Street Journal reporter waited patiently while her photographer adjusted lighting. Today was more than just another press interview. Today we unveiled the complete transformation of Howard Enterprises, with all four siblings presenting together for the first time. Richard approached, tablet in hand. R&D numbers just came in. The new sustainable manufacturing process is exceeding expectations. Of course it is, Derek called from the prototype display. It's your design. The factory floor behind us hummed with activity. Workers moved confidently between state-of-the-art machines, many of them the same employees who'd once resisted change. Now they were leading training sessions for our newest hires. Ms. Howard, the reporter began, your family company has become the industry leader in sustainable manufacturing. What sparked this transformation? Actually, I gestured to my siblings, this is a family story more than a business one. Milena joined us, bringing coffee. Tell her about Dad's blueprint. Our father had a vision, I explained, of a factory that balanced tradition with innovation. We found his original designs in the archives, automated systems, sustainable practices, everything we've implemented now. He was decades ahead of his time. But you faced significant resistance, the reporter noted, including from within your own family. Richard stepped forward. I was the biggest obstacle. Fear of change nearly destroyed us. But sometimes the best way to honor a legacy is to build upon it, not preserve it in amber. The real story, Derek added, is how this company brought our family back together. Sandra appeared with an urgent message. The government contract team is here early. I'll handle it, Milena said, ever the operations master. The reporter watched her go. Your executive team is unusually diverse. Talent doesn't follow traditional patterns, I replied. Neither should leadership. A commotion near the main entrance drew our attention. A group of workers was gathering, phones raised. What's happening? I asked. Richard checked his tablet and broke into a grin. Stock just hit an all-time high. The sustainable manufacturing announcement leaked. The reporter's photographer captured the spontaneous celebration as it spread across the factory floor. Decades-long employees hugged recent hires. The profit-sharing program meant everyone was celebrating. Remember when they were ready to riot over the changes? Derek murmured. Now look, Richard said proudly. They're leading the industry in adaptation rates. Luke appeared with more news. Tokyo office just called. They want to license our sustainable manufacturing process. Tell them to wait for the official announcement, I said, then turned back to the reporter. Where were we? I was about to ask about your father. Do you think he'd recognize the company today? I looked around at our transformed factory, at Richard explaining new processes to veteran workers, at Derek managing global logistics on his tablet, at Milena expertly handling government contracts. He'd recognize what matters, I said. Family, innovation, progress. The rest is just details. The reporter's final question caught me off guard. Any regrets about how it all played out? I thought about the painful years of exile, Richard's breakdown and recovery, the fights and reconciliation, the sabotage and triumph. The path wasn't straight, I admitted, but every step led here. After the interview, my siblings and I gathered in the break room, away from the cameras. Dad's birthday is tomorrow, Milena said softly. Richard pulled out an old photo. Dad in front of the original factory. First time in years we can visit him together. He'd love what we've built, Derek said. Not just the business, this, us. My phone buzzed. Willow sending congratulations on the stock price. But another message followed. Thomas had been hired by our main competitor. Problem? Luke asked, noting my expression. Nothing we can't handle. I showed my siblings the message. Together. Richard laughed. Let him try. We're not the same company he knew. We're not the same family either, Milena added. Through the break room window, I watched our father's factory, now our factory, buzzing with renewed purpose. Workers who'd once feared automation now led innovation teams. Family members who'd once fought now built something greater than our individual ambitions. To Dad, Richard raised his coffee cup, who taught us that the greatest legacy isn't what you leave behind. It's what you build forward. We finished together, an old family saying taking on new meaning. Outside, the afternoon sun caught the new Howard Enterprises logo, making it shine like a beacon. Below it, Dad's original motto remained, building tomorrow today. We'd done exactly that, not just with machines and processes, but with trust, forgiveness, and family bonds stronger than steel. The future was bright, and we were ready for it, together.
I always knew my sister would try to ruin my life. I just didn't expect her to succeed quite so spectacularly. My name is Emery, and I've spent 19 years being the family disappointment. Not because I've done anything wrong, mind you. My crime was simply being born second, after my perfect sister Savannah. Emmy, honey, could you help set the table? Mum called from the kitchen. Savannah's studying for her business exam. I glanced over at my sister sprawled on the couch, definitely not studying as she scrolled through Instagram. She caught my eye and smirked. Sure, Mum, I replied, forcing a smile. Just another typical Tuesday night. As I laid out the plates, I could hear Mom gushing to Dad about Savannah's latest accomplishment, making the dean's list again. Never mind that I'd made it too. Somehow that detail had gotten lost in the excitement. Did you see the photos from Savannah's business leadership conference? Mum continued. She looked so professional in that blazer, already a little CEO in the making. I nearly dropped a glass. remembering how Mom had refused to buy me a blazer for my own presentation last semester. "You'll hardly use it," she'd said. "Besides, Savannah needs new volleyball gear." "Hey, Squirt," Savannah called out, finally deigning to acknowledge my existence. "Roy texted me about this amazing party this weekend. You're coming, right?" I perked up at the mention of my boyfriend. He didn't tell me about any party. "Oh." She examined her perfect manicure. Must have slipped his mind. You know how boys are. Something in her tone made my stomach clench, but before I could reply, Mom swooped in. "Savannah, darling, tell Dad about that internship offer you got." I retreated to my room after dinner, pulling out the secret folder hidden under my mattress. Inside was my nearly completed application for the Preston Foundation Scholarship. A full ride to my dream school, 3,000 miles away from here. My phone buzzed with a text from Krista. "How's Operation Escape Plan going?" I smiled, typing back. "Almost done. Just need Prof. Mitchell to review my final essay tomorrow." Krista was the only one who knew about my scholarship application. Well, her and Professor Mitchell, my faculty mentor, who'd been helping me prepare for months. He was the first person who'd ever looked at me and seen potential, instead of just Savannah's less impressive little sister. "You have a brilliant mind, Emery," he told me after class one day. "Don't let anyone convince you otherwise." A knock at my door made me quickly shove the folder away. "Come in." Dad poked his head in. "Hey, kiddo. Good day." I shrugged. "Same as usual." He lingered awkwardly in the doorway. "Listen, your mother and I were talking. Savannah's internship is unpaid, so we might need to dip into your college fund to help her with living expenses." The familiar ache bloomed in my chest. "But Dad, that money was for—" "I know, sweetheart, but this is a huge opportunity for your sister. You understand, right?" I forced myself to nod. Of course I understood. I always understood. After he left, I pulled out my phone and opened the photo gallery. There was a picture from last month. Me and Roy at the pier, his arms around me, both of us laughing. I zoomed in on his face, studying his warm brown eyes, trying to ignore the gnawing doubt in my gut. My sister's words echoed in my head. Must have slipped his mind. Nothing ever just slipped with Savannah. Every word, every action was calculated for maximum impact. I'd learned that lesson the hard way over the years, but this time would be different. In my darkest moments, that scholarship application was my secret weapon. Proof that I wasn't who they thought I was. That I could be more than just Savannah's shadow. Another text from Krista lit up my screen. "Remember, you're stronger than they know. Don't let them dim your light." I touched the folder under my mattress like a talisman. Soon, I told myself, soon they'd all see what I was capable of. And maybe, just maybe, that knowledge would be the sweetest revenge of all. But first, I had to survive whatever game Savannah was playing with Roy, because if there's one thing I knew about my sister, it's that she never could resist taking what was mine, just to prove that she could. The truth hit me like a slap to the face on a rainy Thursday afternoon. I was walking to my car after my meeting with Professor Mitchell when I saw them. Roy and Savannah tucked into a corner of the campus coffee shop. His hand was on her knee. She was laughing that practiced laugh of hers, the one she used when she wanted something. My feet carried me through the door before my brain could catch up. The little bell chimed, and they both looked up. Roy jerked his hand away like he'd been burned. "Emery," his voice cracked, "I thought you had class." "Office hours with Professor Mitchell," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "Working on that project I told you about. Remember, the one you said was a waste of time?" Savannah's lips curved into that familiar smirk. "Oh, Emmy, we were just going to tell you." "Tell me what?" But I already knew. God, I'd known for weeks, hadn't I? I just hadn't wanted to believe it. "Roy and we've been spending time together." She reached for his hand. He let her take it, though he couldn't meet my eyes. "These things just happen sometimes. You can't help who you fall for." The coffee shop suddenly felt too small, too hot. "How long? Does it matter?" Savannah's voice dripped with fake sympathy. The point is, Roy and I have a real connection. Don't we, baby? Roy shifted uncomfortably. Emery, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for... Save it. I turned to leave, then stopped. Looked back at my sister. You know what's funny? You don't even want him. You just couldn't stand that for once. Someone chose me first. Her perfect mask slipped for just a second. You don't know what I want. Actually, I do. You want what you've always wanted, to prove you're better than me. Congratulations. Mission accomplished. I walked out into the rain, ignoring Roy calling my name. My phone buzzed. Krista. Where are you? She demanded when I answered. I just saw your sister's Snapchat story. That absolute witch. Coffee shop. Well, leaving it now. I fumbled with my car keys, hands shaking. Want to help me commit a murder? Better idea, come to my house. Mom made tamales. 20 minutes later, I was on Krista's bedroom floor, surrounded by comfort food and tissues. I should have seen it coming, I said, picking at a tamale. The party invitation, the weird texts, the way she kept finding reasons to mention him. None of this is your fault. Krista's dark eyes flashed with anger. Your sister is toxic, and Roy is a coward. My phone buzzed again, Roy calling for the third time. I declined it. You know what the worst part is? I said. Tomorrow at dinner, she'll tell some twisted version of the story that makes her the hero, and they'll believe her. They always do. Then don't give her the satisfaction. Krista sat up straighter. How close are you to finishing that scholarship application? Almost done. Professor Mitchell thinks I have a real shot. Then focus on that. Let them all think whatever they want about poor, pathetic Emery. While they're busy underestimating you, you'll be planning your escape. I pulled out my phone and opened the draft of my application essay. The words blurred through my tears, but they were there. My ticket out. You're right. I wiped my eyes. I'm not letting her win. Not this time. My phone buzzed with a text from Mom. Savannah says you made a scene at the coffee shop. We need to talk when you get home. Krista read it over my shoulder and snorted. Of course she already told them. Want me to come with you? I shook my head. No, I need to handle this myself. When I got home, they were waiting, Mom, Dad, and Savannah, arranged like a tribunal in the living room. Your sister is very upset, Mom began. Really? I laughed, and it sounded strange even to my ears. Savannah's upset? That's rich. Now, Emmy, Dad tried to intervene. These situations are complicated. No, they're really not. I looked directly at Savannah. You wanted to hurt me. Mission accomplished. But you know what? Keep him. Keep all of it. I'm done playing your games. I turned and walked upstairs, ignoring Mum's calls to come back. In my room, I pulled out my scholarship folder and started typing. The words flowed easier now, fueled by anger and determination. My phone lit up with a text from Professor Mitchell. How's that final draft coming along? I smiled through my tears and replied, almost ready. And Professor, thank you for believing in me. Because that's what Savannah didn't understand. She could take Roy, she could take my parents' attention, but she couldn't take this. My chance at something bigger than her games, bigger than all of us. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of late nights and coffee-fueled study sessions. I threw myself into finalizing my scholarship application, barely leaving my room except for classes and meetings with Professor Mitchell. This is exceptional work, Emery, he said, reviewing my final essay draft. Your analysis of sustainable urban development is graduate-level quality. I straightened in my chair. Really? He nodded, making a few notes in the margin. The Preston Foundation would be foolish not to select you. Have you told your family yet? No. I fiddled with my pen. They're distracted. As if on cue, my phone buzzed with a text from Mom. Don't forget, family dinner tonight. Savannah has big news. Professor Mitchell caught my expression. Everything all right at home? Just the usual family drama. I forced a smile. Nothing I can't handle. He leaned back in his chair, studying me. You know, Emery, I've taught thousands of students over the years. The ones who succeed, aren't always the ones with the most support. They're the ones who refuse to let others define their worth. Is that your way of telling me to keep my chin up? That's my way of telling you that you're stronger than you realize. He handed back my essay. Make these final revisions and submit it. Then start planning what you'll pack for California. Walking home, I ran into Krista outside our favorite diner. Perfect timing. She grabbed my arm. I'm buying you lunch and you're telling me everything about the scholarship. Over burgers and fries, I showed her the essay. This is amazing, she said, flipping through the pages. But what about tonight's dinner? Are you ready for that? I stole one of her fries. As ready as I'll ever be. Mom's been hinting all week about Savannah's wonderful surprise. $20 says she's going to announce she's moving in with Roy. My stomach lurched. Thanks for that mental image. Sorry. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Want me to come over after? We can watch bad movies and plot your sister's downfall. Can't. Need to finish these revisions and submit everything tonight. The deadline's tomorrow. Back home, I could hear excited voices from the kitchen as I slipped upstairs. Mom was teaching Savannah her secret lasagna recipe, the one she'd always been too busy to teach me. Emmy, Mom called out. Is that you? Come help us prepare for dinner. Can't, I shouted back. Studying. I closed my door and pulled out my laptop. 3 hours until dinner. 3 hours to perfect every word, every comma. 3 hours until whatever bomb Savannah was planning to drop. My phone buzzed, Roy calling again. I'd blocked his number after the coffee shop, but he'd started using different phones. I declined the call. At exactly 6, Mum's voice rang through the house. Dinner's ready. I saved my final draft and took a deep breath. Showtime. The dining room was decorated like Christmas had come early. Mum's best tablecloth, the fancy wine glasses, even candles. Finally, Savannah beamed from her seat next to Roy. Wait, Roy? We've been waiting for you. Mom was practically vibrating with excitement. Dad looked uncomfortable, as usual. What's he doing here? I asked, my voice flat. Now, Emmy, Mom started. This is a special family dinner. We have an announcement. Savannah thrust out her left hand, something sparkling on her ring finger. Roy proposed. The room spun slightly. I gripped the back of my chair. Isn't it wonderful? Mom gushed. And the timing is perfect. Roy's family owns that apartment complex near campus, so they can live there while Savannah finishes school. Roy finally spoke, his voice quiet. Emery, I know this is sudden. Sudden? I laughed. It's been what? 2 weeks since you were my boyfriend. Emmy, Mom's voice sharpened. Don't ruin your sister's moment. Of course not. I sat down, my laptop bag heavy against my leg. Heaven forbid anyone ruin Savannah's moment. I know this is hard, Savannah said, her voice dripping honey, but I hope you'll be my maid of honor. After all, you're my only sister. The room went quiet, waiting for my response. I looked at my sister's triumphant smile, at Roy's guilty face, at Mom's pleading eyes, at Dad's studied neutrality. My phone buzzed. A text from Professor Mitchell. Don't forget, midnight deadline. You've got this. I smiled, and Savannah's expression flickered with uncertainty. Actually, I said, reaching for my laptop bag, I have an announcement of my own. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even, it's showing them exactly what they underestimated. An announcement? Savannah's smile turned brittle. Emmy, we're kind of in the middle of celebrating. Oh, this won't take long. I pulled out my laptop, hand steady despite my racing heart. I just need to submit something first. Now isn't the time for homework, Mum sighed. Your sister just got engaged. Actually, I opened my email, clicked send on my completed application. This is perfect timing. While Savannah's been busy stealing my boyfriend, I've been working on something too. The confirmation email pinged instantly. Done. No taking it back now. What are you talking about? Savannah's voice had lost its sugary sweetness. I turned my laptop around, showing them the Preston Foundation's webpage. I've been working with Professor Mitchell for months on a scholarship application, full ride to Berkeley's urban planning program. The silence was deafening. Dad was the first to speak. Berkeley? In California? That's right. I met his eyes. 3,000 miles away. But... Mom looked confused. But what about staying local? We talked about this. The community college has perfectly good programs. No, Mom. You and Savannah talked about that. I had different plans. Savannah laughed, but it sounded forced. Please, like you'll actually get it. Do you know how competitive those scholarships are? Very. I pulled up another email, the one I'd received that morning. That's why Professor Mitchell had me apply early. They fast-tracked my application based on my research proposal. What research proposal? Mom demanded. The one I've been working on all year. The one none of you asked about. I turned the screen again. I got the preliminary acceptance this morning. Full scholarship, pending final submission, which I just sent. Roy spoke up, surprising everyone. That's actually amazing, Emery. Don't encourage her, Savannah snapped. She's just trying to steal attention from our engagement. I closed my laptop. Funny, that sounds familiar. Except I didn't have to steal anyone's boyfriend to do it. Girls, Dad raised his voice. That's enough. You're right, it is enough. I stood up. Congratulations on your engagement. I'm sure you'll be very happy together. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to call Professor Mitchell. Sit down, Mom's voice cracked like a whip. You are not moving to California. Actually, I am. I've already accepted the preliminary offer. With what money? Savannah smirked. Your college fund went to my internship, remember? I know. That's why I got a full scholarship. Tuition, housing, everything. I shouldered my laptop bag. You can't stop me this time, Savannah. She stood up so fast her chair toppled backward. This is ridiculous. Mom, tell her she can't go. But Mom was staring at me like she'd never seen me before. All this time, you were planning this? Someone had to believe in me. I felt tears threatening, but forced them back. Since it clearly wasn't going to be my family, my phone buzzed. Krista, did you submit it? Tell me everything. Emmy, please, Dad started. Let's discuss this rationally. There's nothing to discuss. I'm going. I headed for the stairs, then turned back. Oh, and Savannah, about being your maid of honor. Hard pass. I made it to my room before the shouting started. Savannah's shrill voice carried through the floor. Something about me being selfish and attention-seeking. Mom's responses were quieter but just as heated. My phone rang. Professor Mitchell. It's done, I said, answering. I submitted everything. Excellent. I could hear the smile in his voice. How did your family take the news? About as well as expected. There's currently a nuclear meltdown happening in my dining room. Give them time. Success is the best revenge, Emery. And you're going to be very successful. A knock at my door. Dad. I have to go, I told Professor Mitchell. Thank you for everything. Dad didn't wait for an invitation before entering. He looked tired. Your mother is upset, he said. I noticed. He sat on my bed, shoulders slumped. Why didn't you tell us? Would it have mattered? Everything's always about Savannah. That's not fair. Isn't it? I turned to face him. Name one thing in the past year that was about me. One time you chose me first. He opened his mouth, then closed it. Exactly. I wiped away a stray tear. I'm going to Berkeley, Dad. I earned this. For once in my life, I did something that was just for me. And neither you, nor Mom, nor Savannah gets to take that away. Downstairs, something shattered. Probably one of Mum's precious wine glasses. Dad winced. I should go deal with that. He paused at the door. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you, Emmy. But I noticed he couldn't quite meet my eyes when he said it. The next morning, Mom acted like nothing had happened. She was making pancakes, Savannah's favorite, when I came downstairs. Emmy, perfect timing. I invited Roy's parents over for dinner tonight. We need to discuss wedding plans. I grabbed an apple instead. I have plans with Krista. Cancel them. She flipped a pancake with unnecessary force. This is important family time. No, it's important Savannah time. There's a difference. The front door opened, and Savannah breezed in, already dressed for success in one of her designer outfits. Morning, family. Roy's mom is so excited about dinner. She's bringing their wedding planner. I bit into my apple. Have fun with that. Actually, Savannah's smile turned predatory. I need you here. We're discussing the bridal party, and since you're being difficult about being maid of honor, still a hard pass. Girls, Mum warned, not this morning. My phone buzzed. Professor Mitchell. Good news. Committee wants to meet you today, 4 p.m. I have to go, I announced, grabbing my keys. Meeting at school. With that professor again? Savannah rolled her eyes. Mum, don't you think it's weird how much time she spends with him? What's that supposed to mean? I spun around. Nothing. She examined her perfect manicure. Just saying it's convenient that he's helping you so much makes you wonder what else is going on. The implication hit me like a slap. You disgusting! Savannah! Mom looked shocked. That's completely inappropriate. Is it? She suddenly gets this amazing opportunity, and none of us have even met this professor. I was across the room before I realized I was moving. Don't you dare try to cheapen this just because you can't stand that I achieved something without you. Girls! Mum stepped between us. That's enough. Savannah, apologize to your sister. Why should I? She's the one ruining everything. First my engagement dinner, now the wedding planning. No, I cut in. You don't get to play victim here. Not after what you did with Roy. Roy chose me. She was practically screaming now. He chose me because I'm better. I've always been better. The kitchen fell silent. Even Mom looked stunned. There it is. I felt oddly calm. The real Savannah, ladies and gentlemen. My phone buzzed again. Krista. Outside. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. I'm done here. I headed for the door. Have fun with your wedding planning. Emmy, wait, Mom called after me. But I was already out the door, sliding into Krista's car. You look like you need coffee, she said, pulling away from the curb. And possibly bail money. Just drive. At our favorite coffee shop, not the one where I'd caught Roy and Savannah, Krista listened as I recounted the morning's events. She said, what about Professor Mitchell? Krista's face darkened. That's low, even for her. She's desperate. I stirred my latte. She can't stand that I'm leaving, that I'm doing something she can't control or overshadow. Speaking of which, Krista grinned, check your email. I pulled out my phone. There it was, official confirmation of my meeting with the scholarship committee. They fast-tracked everything after Professor Mitchell submitted his recommendation, I said, scanning the email. They want to meet the promising young urban planning scholar in person. See, while your sister's planning her rushed revenge wedding, you're planning your future. Krista raised her cup. To Karma. My phone lit up with texts from Mom. Please come home. We need to talk about this. Your sister is upset. The wedding planner needs your measurements. I turned my phone off. Want to help me pick out an outfit for the committee meeting? I asked Krista. Something that says, future urban planning genius who's definitely not sleeping with her professor. Girl, you know I do. She stood up. Let's make you look so professional that even Savannah can't find anything to criticize. 3 hours later, I had a new blazer, purchased with my own money from my part-time job, and it was time to meet the committee. Professor Mitchell was waiting outside the conference room. Ready? I smoothed my blazer. As I'll ever be. Remember, you earned this. Everything in that application is your work, your ideas, your talent. He smiled. They're going to love you. I thought of Savannah at home, probably trying on wedding dresses and playing the perfect daughter. For once, I didn't feel jealous or angry or hurt. I felt free. Let's do this, I said, and opened the door to my future. The scholarship committee meeting went better than I could have imagined. By the time I got home, clutching my official acceptance letter, the house was full of wedding planning chaos. There she is. Roy's mother exclaimed as I walked in. We were just talking about bridesmaid dresses. I took in the scene. Fabric swatches everywhere, wedding magazines spread across every surface. Mom and Savannah huddled with an elegant woman who must be the wedding planner. Roy sat awkwardly on the couch, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Actually, I held up my letter, I have news. Emmy, Mum's voice held a warning. Not now. Yes, now. I stepped into the center of the room. I just met with the Preston Foundation Committee. I got the scholarship, full ride, starting next semester. The wedding planner looked confused. Oh, how lovely. Will you be able to attend classes between wedding duties? I'll be in California, I said clearly. Berkeley, specifically. Roy's mother gasped. Berkeley? That's wonderful. Roy applied there for undergrad but didn't get in. Savannah's head snapped up. Mother, we're discussing my wedding. Of course, dear, but this is exciting news. A full scholarship to Berkeley. It's not that impressive, Savannah cut in. They probably needed to fill a quota or something. The room went silent. Even the wedding planner looked uncomfortable. Actually, I pulled out the committee's detailed acceptance letter. They were particularly impressed by my research proposal on sustainable urban development in low-income communities. Would you like to hear what they said, Savannah? She stood up, face flushed. This is my wedding planning session, my day. Why do you always have to... Always have to what? I interrupted. Achieve something? Have goals that don't revolve around you? Girls, Dad warned from his corner. No, let her finish. I turned to face my sister fully. Tell everyone how it bothers you that for once, just once, the spotlight isn't on you. You're just jealous because Roy chose me. Savannah's voice rose hysterically. Because he saw what everyone sees, that you're nothing but a pale imitation of me. Roy stood up suddenly. Savannah, stop. What? She whirled on him. This is wrong. He looked at me. All of it. I never should have. Roy, Savannah's voice turned sugary sweet. Darling, you're upset. Emmy's obviously trying to manipulate. Like you manipulated me. He stepped away from her. You spent months telling me how Emery was using me, how she was seeing other guys, how she laughed about me behind my back. But she wasn't, was she? That was all you. The wedding planner began quietly gathering her things. I think, Roy's mother said stiffly, we should continue this another time. No. Savannah grabbed Roy's arm. Tell them you love me. Tell them how happy we are. He gently but firmly removed her hand. I don't even know who you are anymore. As Roy and his mother left, the silence in the room was deafening. The wedding planner made a hasty exit, leaving just our family. Well, Mom said shakily, I'm sure once everyone calms down. Are you serious? I stared at her. After what just happened, that's what you have to say? Your sister is upset. I'm upset. I slammed my acceptance letter down on the coffee table. I've been upset for years, but nobody ever noticed because poor, perfect Savannah needed all the attention. That's not true, Dad started. Really? I turned to him. Then why did my college fund go to her unpaid internship? Why does Mom still have the receipt for Savannah's prom dress, but couldn't be bothered to come to my honors ceremony? Why does everything always have to be about her? Savannah had sunk onto the couch, mascara running down her face. For the first time in my life, she looked small. I worked for this, I said, picking up my acceptance letter. I earned this, and I'm going, whether you support me or not. Emmy, Mum reached for me, but I stepped back. I'm going to Krista's. I need some air. I headed for the door, then turned back. Oh, and Savannah, I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for, because it was never about Roy, was it? It was about making sure I couldn't have anything that was just mine. As I walked out, I heard her start to cry, real tears this time, not the fake ones she was so good at. But for once, I didn't feel guilty. My phone buzzed. Krista. How'd it go? I texted back. Nuclear explosion. Coming over. Bring ice cream. Because sometimes the truth hurts, but hiding from it hurts more. And I was done hiding. I spent 3 days at Krista's before Mom's text became impossible to ignore. Please come home. We need to talk. Walking into our house felt like entering a war zone. Wedding magazines still littered every surface, but they were wrinkled now, some torn, like someone had thrown them in anger. Emmy? Mom appeared from the kitchen, looking exhausted. Thank God, we've been so worried. I told you I was at Krista's. Savannah's locked herself in her room, Mom continued as if I hadn't spoken. She won't eat, won't talk to anyone. Roy isn't answering her calls. That's not my problem. She's your sister. Is she? I dropped my bag on the floor. Because from where I'm standing, she's been more like my tormentor. Dad emerged from his study. Emmy, please, she's hurting. And I wasn't. When she deliberately went after my boyfriend. When she tried to ruin my scholarship by implying I was sleeping with my professor. I didn't mean it. We all turned. Savannah stood at the top of the stairs, looking nothing like her usual perfect self. Her hair was unwashed, her eyes puffy from crying. Of course you meant it, I said. You meant everything you've ever done to hurt me. She came down slowly, like each step was painful. I couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand what? That you were leaving, her voice cracked. That you had this whole plan, this whole future that didn't include me, that I couldn't control. Do you even hear yourself? I stepped closer. Control? That's what this has always been about, hasn't it? Controlling me, controlling how everyone sees me. Girls, Mom tried to intervene. No, let her answer, I insisted. Why, Savannah? Why wasn't it enough to be the favorite? Why did you have to take everything? Because I'm nothing without it, she screamed, then covered her mouth like she was shocked by her own words. The room went silent. What are you talking about? Dad asked quietly. Savannah sank onto the bottom step. Everyone loves the perfect daughter, right? The pretty one, the successful one. But what happens when it's not enough anymore? When your little sister is smarter, more driven, more real? That's ridiculous, I started, but she cut me off. Is it? You got into Berkeley on your own merit. Everything I have, everything I am, is because Mom and Dad gave it to me. Even Roy. I only went after him because I couldn't stand that he chose you first. Mom made a choked sound. That's messed up, I said flatly. I know. Savannah looked up, mascara streaking down her cheeks. I know it is, but I don't know how to be anything else anymore. So get therapy, I suggested, but stop using me as your emotional punching bag. Emmy, Mom sounded scandalized. No, she's right. Savannah wiped her eyes. I need help. I've needed help for a long time. Dad sat down heavily in his armchair. Why didn't you tell us you were feeling this way? Because you both made it so easy. Savannah's laugh was bitter. Every time I acted out, you enabled me. Every time I hurt Emmy, you made excuses. I could do no wrong, and it made everything worse. Mum started crying. Dad looked like someone had punched him. Well, I picked up my bag. This has been enlightening, but I have apartment listings to look at for Berkeley. Emmy, wait. Savannah stood up. I know I don't deserve it, but I'm sorry. For everything. For Roy. For the professor thing. For all of it. I studied her face. The genuine pain there. The fear. The desperation. You're right, I said finally. You don't deserve forgiveness. Not yet. But maybe someday. I'll do better, she whispered. I promise. Don't promise me. Prove it. Get help. Figure out who you are without comparing yourself to me. And maybe, when I come home for Christmas break, we can talk. Mom stepped forward. Emmy, about Berkeley. I'm going, I said firmly. That's not up for discussion. I know. She took a shaky breath. I was going to say, we'll help you move in, if you want. Dad nodded. We should have supported you from the start. We failed you both, in different ways. I looked at my family. Really looked at them. Mom's tired face. Dad's guilty eyes. Savannah's broken expression. We were all damaged, all hurting in our own ways. Okay, I said finally, but things have to change. All of us. Savannah nodded, wiping fresh tears. They will. My phone buzzed. Professor Mitchell checking in about housing options. I have to go, I said. I have a meeting about student housing. As I walked out, I heard Savannah ask Mom about therapy recommendations. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but maybe it was a start. Moving day arrived with a mix of nervous energy and cautious hope. My small collection of boxes looked almost pitiful next to the mountain of dorm supplies Mom had insisted on buying. You don't have to help, I told her as she folded another blanket. Krista and I can handle it. I want to. She smoothed the fabric with shaking hands. Emmy, I've been thinking about what you said, about always choosing Savannah. Mom, we don't have to. Yes, we do. She set down the blanket. I was so focused on making Savannah feel special that I forgot you needed that too. I'm sorry. A knock at my door interrupted us. Savannah stood there, looking uncertain. Can I come in? I nodded. She'd started therapy 2 weeks ago, and while it wasn't magical fix, something had shifted between us. I have something for you. She held out a small package. For your dorm room. Inside was a framed photo, not of our family, but of me and Krista at graduation, both of us laughing at something off camera. I noticed you don't have many photos of yourself, Savannah said quietly, because I was always. Anyway, Krista helped me find this one. You look happy. Real. Thank you, I managed. Roy called yesterday, she added. He wanted to know if you'd changed your number. What did you tell him? That he lost the right to know anything about you when he chose to be part of my game. She twisted her hands together. I told him to leave us both alone. Mom looked between us, tears in her eyes. Don't cry, Mom, I said. I'm only moving to California, not Mars. I know. She wiped her eyes. It's just, my girls are growing up. A car horn honked outside. Krista and Dad with the rental truck. Ready? Krista bounded up the stairs. Oh, family moment. I can come back. No, stay. I grabbed her hand. Your family too. We formed a strange convoy heading west. Dad and Mom in their car. Krista and me in the rental truck. My entire life packed between us. At the California state line, we stopped at a rest area. Professor Mitchell had texted. My research grant proposal was approved. I'd be starting work as soon as classes began. I'm proud of you, Dad said, reading the text over my shoulder. I should have said that more. Thanks, Dad, Savannah called as we neared Berkeley. Did you get there yet? Almost. Nervous? Shouldn't I be asking you that? She paused. My therapist thinks I should take a break from dating. Focus on figuring out who I am without using other people as mirrors. That sounds smart. Yeah. Another pause. Hey, Emmy, I know I don't deserve it, but maybe we could video chat sometimes. Not a lot, just, I'd like to hear about your classes, if you want to tell me. I watched the Berkeley campus appear on the horizon. Maybe. Let's start slow. My dorm room was small but bright, with a view of the bay. As we unpacked, Mum kept finding excuses to rearrange things, to stay just a little longer. Mum, I finally said, I'll be okay. She pulled me into a fierce hug. I know you will. You always have been. Strong, Dad added, like your mother. Krista was the last to leave, after helping me arrange my desk just right. Sure you don't want me to stay? She asked. I could defer for a semester. No way. NYU is waiting for you. I hugged her tight. Besides, Christmas break isn't that far away. After everyone left, I sat at my desk and opened my laptop. The Preston Foundation website was still bookmarked, the scholarship that had changed everything. My phone buzzed with a group text from Mom. Room looks beautiful. Call when you're settled. Then Savannah. Found my old notes from freshman year. They're yours if you want them. Probably terrible advice, though. And Krista. Missing you already. NYU won't know what hit it. Finally, Professor Mitchell. Ready to change the world? I looked around my new room, at the photo Savannah had given me. at the city light starting to twinkle outside my window. For the first time in my life, I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I texted back, ready, because sometimes the best revenge isn't about getting even. Sometimes it's about getting free. Free to be yourself, free to make mistakes, free to forgive, not because someone deserves it, but because you deserve peace. I opened my course schedule and started reading. Tomorrow, my real life would begin, and I was ready for every single page of it.
I should have known something was wrong when my sister showed up to my daughter's first birthday party wearing white. Not just any white, a flowing, ethereal dress that looked suspiciously like something you'd wear to announce a pregnancy. I just didn't expect her to actually do it right as I was about to help Lily blow out her candle. My name is Ruby, and I've spent 32 years being the responsible one, the good daughter, the one who always had her act together, while my younger sister Sarah careened from crisis to crisis, leaving our parents to clean up her messes. But that day, watching her steal my baby spotlight with practiced precision, something inside me finally snapped. "Everyone, I have amazing news!" Sarah's voice cut through the happy birthday song like a knife through butter. My hands froze on the cake knife as 20 pairs of eyes shifted from my beautiful daughter in her pink tutu to my beaming sister. "I'm pregnant!" The collective gasps and squeals were immediate. My mother burst into tears, rushing to embrace Sarah, while my father stood there grinning like he'd just won the lottery. I felt Harper, my best friend, squeeze my shoulder in silent support. "Mama!" Lily's tiny voice brought me back to reality. She sat in her high chair, confused by the sudden shift in attention, her chubby fingers reaching for the rainbow sprinkle cake we'd spent hours perfecting. "Just a minute, sweetie," I managed, forcing a smile. "Looks like Aunt Sarah has some big news." "Oh my God, this is just perfect timing," my mother gushed, still clutching Sarah. "Now the cousins will be so close in age." Sarah untangled herself from our mother's embrace and floated toward me, that familiar calculating look in her eyes that always preceded asking for something. "Actually, Ruby, I've been thinking..." "Here we go. You know how Chad and I are still trying to figure out our living situation?" She gestured vaguely toward her on-again, off-again boyfriend, who was busy stuffing his face with chips in the corner. "Well, your house has that beautiful nursery you designed for Lily." I gripped the cake knife tighter. "What about it?" "Well, Lily's getting bigger now, and you have that spare room upstairs that would make such a cute big girl room for her." Sarah's voice took on that wheedling tone I knew too well. "Maybe you could let me have the nursery. You can just build another one upstairs." The room went quiet, except for Lily's soft babbling. I could feel Harper tensing beside me, ready to jump in, but I held up a hand to stop her. "Let me get this straight," I said, my voice eerily calm. "You want me to give you my nursery? The one I spent months designing and decorating for my daughter?" "Well, yeah," Sarah brightened, mistaking my tone for agreement. "It makes perfect sense. You're established. You're doing so well with your job, and I really need the help right now. Chad's between opportunities and..." "You mean he's unemployed again?" Harper muttered under her breath. "Ruby," my mother cut in, "your sister needs family support right now. You know how hard pregnancy can be, especially when you're..." She paused, glancing at Chad, dealing with various challenges. My father nodded sagely. "It would really help your sister out, Ruby, and you've always been so good at handling things." I looked around the room, at my parents' expectant faces, at Chad's disinterested slouch, at Sarah's practiced pout. Then I looked at my daughter, still waiting patiently for her cake, trusting that Mama would make everything right. Something shifted inside me. Years of being the responsible one, the reliable one, the one who always gave in. It all crystallized into a diamond-hard resolve. I smiled, a cold smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Of course, Sarah, you can bring her things next weekend." Sarah squealed and hugged me, while our parents beamed with approval. Only Harper looked concerned, knowing me well enough to recognize the danger in my tone. "Now," I said, turning back to my daughter, "let's cut this cake, shall we?" As everyone gathered around to sing again, I caught Harper's questioning look. I gave her a slight nod, one that said, "Watch me. Just watch what happens next." Because what my dear family didn't know was that I'd finally learned something important. Sometimes being the responsible one means taking responsibility for your own happiness. And sometimes that means burning it all down. I helped Lily blow out her candle, already planning how to light a much bigger fire. "You're not seriously considering giving her the nursery, are you?" Harper set down her coffee mug with enough force to make the cafe table rattle. 3 days had passed since the birthday party disaster, and my best friend's patience was wearing thinner than mine. "Of course not," I replied, stirring my latte absently. "But you should have seen the text I got this morning. Sarah's already picking out paint colors." Harper pulled out her phone. "Show me." I handed over mine, watching her scroll through the endless stream of messages from my sister. Pictures of cribs, wallpaper samples, and nursery themes flooded the screen, interspersed with comments like, "This is exactly what I want," and "We should start moving things out this weekend." "Jesus," Harper muttered. "She really thinks she's getting your house, doesn't she?" A memory flashed through my mind. Sarah, 16, taking my prom dress without asking because she needed it more for her junior formal. Me, standing in my closet, finding the dress returned with wine stains and a torn hem. "Remember when she worked for me?" I asked, watching a young mother at the next table trying to wrangle her toddler. 3 months at my company, and she nearly cost us our biggest client because she couldn't be bothered to show up on time. "And your parents said you were being too hard on her," Harper finished, "because she was going through a rough patch with what's his name?" "Dylan," I supplied. "Before Chad, after Trevor, but before Marcus." "The one you paid rent for?" "No, that was Josh. Dylan was the one I bailed out of jail after he got drunk and tried to steal a police horse." I laughed, but it came out hollow. God, I sound like a human ATM, don't I? Harper leaned forward. "Ruby, honey, you're not an ATM. You're a doormat, and I say that with love." My phone buzzed again. This time it was my mother. "Sarah's so excited about the nursery. We should all go shopping this weekend. Your father and I can help with the renovation costs for Lily's new room." I showed Harper the message. Her eyes narrowed. "They really think they can just redistribute your house?" "They've been redistributing my life since I was old enough to have something worth taking." The words came out sharper than I intended. When I got my first job at 16, guess who had to share her paychecks? When I got my college acceptance letters, guess who had to defer a year so Sarah could have her dream gap year in Europe? "Which she quit after 3 weeks, Harper added. "And who paid for the emergency flight home?" I raised my hand like a student answering a question. "This girl." My phone buzzed again. This time it was a real estate listing from Ivy, my agent. A beautiful 3-bedroom condo across town, newly renovated, with a view of the park. Harper peered at the screen. "What's that about?" I stood up, gathering my things. "That's my next appointment. Want to come see what karma looks like?" 20 minutes later, we stood in an empty living room flooded with natural light. Ivy, clipboard in hand, watched me run my fingers along the smooth quartz countertops in the kitchen. "The sellers are motivated," she said. "They'd consider a quick close if the offer's right." I walked to the smaller bedroom, already picturing Lily's toys scattered across the hardwood floors. It was smaller than her current nursery, but it had a window seat perfect for reading stories. "Ruby," Harper called from the master bedroom, "come look at this view." I joined her at the window, taking in the sprawling park below. No shared walls with entitled siblings, No space for family to crash indefinitely, just peace. What about your house? Harper asked quietly. I pulled out my phone, showing her the text I'd drafted to Ivy earlier. List it, price it to sell fast, and don't tell anyone in my family. Ivy appeared in the doorway, her professional mask cracking slightly to reveal a smile. Are we doing this? I thought about Sarah's white dress at the party, about my daughter's confused face when her special day was hijacked, about 32 years of being the responsible one, the reliable one, the good daughter. It's go time, I whispered, hitting send on the text. Harper wrapped an arm around my shoulders. You know they're going to lose their minds, right? I watched a young couple playing with their dog in the park below, free and happy in their own space. Maybe it's time they learned what it feels like to lose something they thought they were entitled to. Shall I draw up the paperwork? Ivy asked. I nodded, feeling lighter than I had in years. Make it ironclad. No family discounts this time. The nursery looked different in the harsh light of my phone's camera. Each click captured another piece of evidence, proof that this room had been lovingly created for Lily, not commandeered as a gift for Sarah. Ivy had suggested documenting everything before the sale listing went live. And this is where the changing table used to be, I narrated quietly, panning across the mint green wall with its hand-painted butterflies, before I moved it to make room for the free sign I'm about to put on it. A soft knock at the door made me jump. Ruby? Honey? Are you home? My mother's voice. Of course. I quickly shut off the camera and shoved my phone in my pocket. Coming! I opened the front door to find both my parents standing there, matching concerned expressions on their faces. My father held a takeout bag from my favorite Thai place, their standard peace offering. We brought lunch, my mother said, already pushing past me into the house, and we wanted to talk about Sarah's nursery. I bit back a correction. Not Sarah's nursery, never Sarah's nursery. Instead, I smiled. Perfect timing. I was just organizing things upstairs. They followed me to the kitchen, where my mother immediately began unpacking containers of pad thai and green curry. My father settled into his usual chair, the one that would be gone in less than a week. So, my mother started, sliding a container toward me. Sarah's been showing me some lovely ideas for the room. She's thinking of a woodland theme, very gender-neutral, since they don't know what they're having yet. I stabbed a piece of chicken with my fork. That sounds nice. We know this is a big change, my father added, but your mother and I have been talking. We'd like to help with the renovation costs for Lily's new room. Make it really special for her. That's so generous, I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. But actually, I've been thinking about Sarah's situation. My mother perked up. Oh? You're right. She needs support right now. And this house, well, it has so much space. Too much space, really, for just Lily and me. I watched their faces light up with approval and felt a twisted satisfaction. I've decided to make some changes to help accommodate everyone. Oh, Ruby! My mother reached across the table to squeeze my hand. I knew you'd understand. You've always been so practical. A thump from upstairs made us all look up. Lily, waking from her nap. I'll get her, I said quickly, but my mother was already standing. Let me. I want to see my grandbaby. I listened to her footsteps on the stairs, counting the seconds until she'd reached the nursery. The nursery where half the furniture was already gone, carefully documented and stored in a rental unit across town. The realtor thinks it'll sell within days, I whispered to myself. What was that, honey? My father asked. Nothing. Just thinking out loud about paint samples. My mother's voice drifted down from upstairs. Ruby, where's the rocking chair? Oh, I moved it, I called back, making space for Sarah's things. I heard Lily's happy babbling as my mother brought her downstairs. My daughter took one look at me and announced, "Bye-bye house?" My heart stopped. "What does she mean, bye-bye house?" my mother asked, settling Lily into her high chair. I forced a laugh. "Oh, you know toddlers. She's been saying that to everything lately. Bye-bye spoon, bye-bye cup. It's her new favorite phrase." My father chuckled, but my mother's eyes narrowed slightly. I busied myself wiping invisible crumbs from the counter. "When did you say Sarah could start moving things in?" she asked. "Next weekend," I replied smoothly. "I thought we could make a day of it. Get everyone to help." "That's wonderful." My mother's suspicion evaporated. "I'll call Sarah right now. She'll be so excited." As she stepped into the living room to make the call, my father leaned in close. "You're doing the right thing, Ruby. Family has to stick together." I nodded, thinking of the offer Ivy had texted me this morning. 30,000 over asking price, cash buyers, willing to close in 10 days. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Ivy again. "Offer accepted?" I glanced at my parents, my mother gushing into her phone, my father contentedly eating his lunch, both so certain of their right to redistribute my life. Both so sure I would never say no. "Take it," I typed back. Lily caught my eye from her high chair and grinned. "Bye-bye house," she said again, waving her little hand. I smiled back, my heart racing with equal parts guilt and liberation. "That's right, baby girl," I whispered. "Bye-bye house, and bye-bye to a whole lot more." "You're evil," Harper laughed, slapping another Sarah's Things label on an empty box. "Pure evil. I love it." We'd spent the afternoon filling boxes with old newspapers, making them look convincingly heavy. Each one was carefully labeled: Sarah's books, Sarah's winter clothes, Sarah's kitchen stuff. The moving company would be here tomorrow to take my actual belongings to the new condo, but these decoy boxes would stay, completing the illusion that I was making space for my sister. "The best part," I said, taping up another box. "Sarah texted asking if she could store some things here early. I told her there was plenty of room." "Does she have any actual things to store?" "Nope. But she'll show up with Chad's gaming console and 3 trash bags of laundry, just like last time." Harper snorted. "How many times has she temporarily moved in with you?" 4. I checked my phone. "No, 5. I forgot about the time she got kicked out of that yoga instructor's apartment. The one she was dating while still living with Marcus? That's the one." Lily toddled past us, dragging her favorite stuffed elephant. "Bye-bye house," she called out cheerfully. Harper and I froze. "Ruby?" My mother's voice came from the front door. "Ruby, are you home?" "Quick," I hissed, shoving the empty boxes behind the couch. "Act natural." My mother appeared in the doorway, just as Harper sprawled dramatically across the floor, pretending to play with Lily. "Oh, look who's here," my mother cooed at Lily, who immediately ran to her grandmother. "And Harper, too. Are you helping Ruby organize?" "You know me," Harper replied smoothly. "Always happy to help with family stuff." My mother's eyes swept the room, taking in the stack of labeled boxes. "Oh, good. You're making space for Sarah. She's so excited about moving in. She's already ordered a crib." I felt my eye twitch. "She ordered a crib?" "Yes. It's being delivered next week. I hope that's okay. She used your address since she's staying with Chad right now, and his place is—" She wrinkled her nose. "Not exactly delivery-friendly." "Perfect," I said through gritted teeth. "Just perfect." "Bye-bye house," Lily announced again. My mother frowned. "She's still saying that. Ruby, do you think she's picking up on some anxiety about the changes? Maybe we should have a family meeting to discuss the transition." "No!" Harper and I said simultaneously. I recovered quickly. "There's no need. Everything's under control. We're all very excited about Sarah moving in. Right, Harper? Harper's smile could have cracked glass. So excited. Well, I just stopped by to drop off these paint samples Sarah picked out. My mother placed a fan of color swatches on the coffee table. She's thinking mint green might be too basic. She was thinking more of a royal purple. I thought about the mint green walls I'd spent weeks perfecting, the ones currently being photographed for the listing. How unique. Bye-bye, house, Lily said again, pointing at the window where, thankfully, the for sale sign hadn't been installed yet. My mother gathered her purse. I should go. Your father's making dinner tonight, but Sarah might stop by later to measure the windows for curtains. After she left, Harper and I collapsed onto the couch. That was close, she breathed. But Ruby, you have to do something about Lily's new catchphrase before she blows your cover. I know. I picked up my daughter, who immediately started playing with my hair. But she's not wrong. We are saying bye-bye to the house and to the family's endless expectations. My phone buzzed. A text from Ivy. Sign installation tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp. You ready for this? Harper asked softly. Once that sign goes up, there's no going back. I looked around at the staged boxes, the paint samples, the space that had never really been mine because my family had always felt entitled to it. Then I looked at my daughter, innocent and happy, unaware that her mother was about to burn every bridge we'd ever crossed. You know what the worst part is? I said, bouncing Lily on my knee. They're so convinced I'll never say no that they're not even bothering to ask permission anymore. They're just taking. Not for much longer, Harper reminded me. My phone buzzed again. Sarah this time. Found the perfect chandelier for my nursery. Ordering it now. You don't mind if they deliver it there next week, right? Love you. I showed Harper the text. She raised an eyebrow. Want me to help you stack more empty boxes? Yes, I said, setting Lily down. And then we're going to practice saying a new phrase. Right, baby girl? Lily looked up at me with her big brown eyes. Bye-bye, house? No, sweetie. This time we're saying bye-bye, Sarah. I watched through my living room window as Sarah's rented U-Haul truck pulled into my driveway. Right on schedule. My sister sat in the passenger seat, one hand resting on her barely visible baby bump, while Chad attempted a three-point turn that nearly took out my mailbox. My parents' car pulled in right behind them. Ready? Harper whispered from beside me. She'd insisted on being here for moral support, though I suspected it was more for the entertainment value. Almost. I checked my phone. The movers had finished clearing out my actual belongings hours ago. The new condo was ready. Lily was safely at daycare. Everything was in place. Just waiting for the perfect moment. Outside, Sarah hopped down from the truck, her face lighting up at the sight of the nursery furniture I'd carefully arranged on the curb with a large, "Free" sign. My mother was already heading for the front door, keyring in hand, the key I'd conveniently forgotten to ask her to return months ago. The doorbell rang. Places, I muttered to Harper, who retreated to the kitchen with her phone ready to record. I opened the door to find my entire family on the porch, beaming like they'd just won a prize. We're here, Sarah announced, pushing past me into the house. Chad, grab those boxes by the door. They're labeled for the nursery. Mom, did you bring the paint samples? And Ruby, we need to talk about that chandelier delivery. She stopped dead in her tracks. The entrance hall was completely empty. No boxes, no furniture, no pictures on the walls. Ruby? My mother's voice wavered. What's going on? I smiled sweetly. Oh, did I forget to mention? The house has been sold. The silence that followed was deafening. What? Sarah's voice came out as a squeak. The house is sold. I pointed to the massive for sale sign in the front yard, now sporting a bright red sold sticker across it. Closing is next week. But... Sarah's face went from confusion to rage in record time. You can't sell the house. What about the nursery? What about my baby? Your baby? I laughed. You mean the baby you're having with your unemployed boyfriend, for whom you expected me to give up my daughter's nursery? That baby? Ruby, my father stepped forward, using his reasonable voice. Let's talk about this. You can't just make decisions like this without consulting the family. Actually, I can. It's my house, my name on the deed, my mortgage payments, my decision. Sarah burst into tears, the dramatic, wailing kind she'd perfected since childhood. How could you do this to me? I'm pregnant. Where am I supposed to go? Not my problem. I gestured to the furniture on the curb. But feel free to take the nursery set. Consider it my baby shower gift. My mother grabbed my arm. Ruby, stop this nonsense right now. You're being cruel. Cruel? I pulled away from her grip. Cruel is hijacking my daughter's first birthday party to announce a pregnancy. Cruel is assuming you can just take over my home because Sarah needs another handout. Cruel is never, ever asking what I want or need because you're all too busy taking. But we're family, Sarah sobbed. No, I said quietly. We're not. We're just people who share DNA and a long history of me giving while you take. Chad, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. So we drove this U-Haul out here for nothing. Not nothing, Harper called from the kitchen doorway, phone still recording. There's some lovely free furniture on the curb. Better hurry though, I posted it on Facebook Marketplace an hour ago. As if on cue, a car pulled up to the curb, and a young couple started loading the changing table into their SUV. This isn't over, Sarah hissed, mascara running down her face. You'll regret this. I doubt it. I opened the front door wider. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to finish packing. The new owners want to do a final walkthrough tomorrow. Ruby, please. My mother tried one last time. We can work this out. I thought about all the times I'd given in to that plea. All the times I'd sacrificed my own needs to work things out for Sarah. Not anymore. The house was mine, I said calmly. I sold it. Have a nice move. I closed the door on their shocked faces, listening to Sarah's wails turn to angry screams outside. Through the window, I watched as another car pulled up for the free furniture, while my family stood frozen in disbelief. Harper stopped recording and gave me a high five. That was beautiful. It's not over, I said, hearing Sarah kick the U-Haul's tire in frustration. They'll be back. Let them come. Harper grinned. We've got it all on video. Outside, the sold sign gleamed in the afternoon sun, a beacon of my liberation. And somewhere across town, in a peaceful condo overlooking a park, my daughter's new room was waiting, free of family drama, free of manipulation, and most importantly, free of Sarah. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing for 3 days. I scrolled through the messages while Lily napped in her new room, the afternoon sun streaming through the Parkview windows. You've reached a new low, read my aunt's text. Your poor sister is devastated. How could you do this to your family? Demanded my cousin. Your father is heartbroken, my mother wrote. He had to take a day off work. The voicemails were worse. Ruby, it's Mum again. Sarah's been throwing up from stress. If anything happens to this baby, it's on you. Call me back. Hey sis, it's me. My lawyer says what you did could be considered emotional distress. Just letting you know. Harper sat across from me at my new kitchen island, reading the messages over my shoulder. Your sister has a lawyer now. She dated one for 2 weeks last year. He gave her his card when she keyed his car. Of course he did. Harper grabbed my phone. That's it. We're blocking them all. Wait. I reached for the phone, but Harper held it away. No waiting. Look at you. You haven't slept properly since the move. You jump every time your phone buzzes. This isn't healthy. She was right. I'd spent 3 nights lying awake, replaying the looks on their faces when they saw the sold sign. The way Sarah's voice cracked when she realized I wasn't joking. My father's disappointed headshake. I swallowed hard. Part of me still wants them to understand, to finally see things from my perspective. They won't, Harper said gently. They've had 32 years to see your perspective. They're not going to start now. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Sarah posting on Facebook. Some people think money and success give them the right to destroy families. Karma will come for those who hurt pregnant women. You're toxic, betrayed, you're family trauma. The comments flooded in immediately. Stay strong, girl. Some sisters are just jealous of new babies. Can't believe anyone would do this to their pregnant sister. Harper made a disgusted noise. Oh, that's rich coming from the woman who announced her pregnancy at her niece's first birthday party. A knock at the door made us both jump. Through the peephole, I saw Chad shifting awkwardly in the hallway. Should I call security? Harper whispered. I shook my head and opened the door. What do you want, Chad? He looked worse than usual, unshaven, wearing a wrinkled t-shirt with what looked like yesterday's pizza stains. She's staying at my place and losing her mind. You broke her, Ruby. I broke her? I laughed incredulously. She tried to take my house. Look, I get it wasn't cool how she asked, but... Asked? I cut him off. She didn't ask. She announced it at my daughter's birthday party and expected me to just hand over my home, just like she's expected me to hand over everything else her entire life. Chad ran a hand through his greasy hair. She's pregnant, man, with my kid. We need help. Then help her yourself. Get a job. Be an actual partner instead of another problem for her to dump on me. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. I stepped into the hallway, closing the door so Lily wouldn't wake up. For years, I've watched Sarah bounce between guys like you, men who think their problems are everyone else's responsibility. And every time she crashes and burns, guess who has to clean up the mess? Not anymore. She's your sister, and I'm done being her safety net. I pulled out my phone, showing him Sarah's Facebook post. Tell her if she wants to talk about karma, she should remember every rent check I covered, every crisis I solved, every time I put her first. Then she can talk about karma. Chad's face hardened. Sarah's right. You're just jealous because she's having a baby and you're alone. I laughed so hard I had to lean against the wall. I have a beautiful daughter, a successful career, and now, a peaceful home where no one can guilt me into fixing their lives. Trust me, I'm not jealous. He opened his mouth to argue, but Harper appeared in the doorway. I believe my friend asked you to leave. After he skulked away, Harper handed me back my phone. Ready to block them now? I looked at the screen. 3 more missed calls from my mother, 2 texts from Sarah, and a group chat message from my father asking the extended family to pray for Ruby's heart to soften. Do it, I said. Block them all. As Harper systematically blocked every family contact, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Through the window, I could see the park where I'd take Lily to play later. No drama, no guilt, no manipulation. There, Harper announced, handing back my phone. Now it's just you, me, and that bottle of wine I brought to celebrate your freedom. From the bedroom, I heard Lily stirring from her nap. Make that you, me, Lily, and wine. Perfect combination, Harper smiled. The only family you need. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, I muttered to Harper as we sat in the neutral territory of her apartment, waiting for Sarah to arrive. 2 weeks had passed since the moving day showdown, and my sister had finally agreed to meet, but only with Harper mediating. She needs to hear it, Harper said, arranging coffee cups on the table. And you need to say it. All of it. The doorbell rang exactly on time. A first for Sarah, who'd never been punctual in her life. When Harper opened the door, my sister walked in, looking like she'd dressed for a funeral. Black maternity dress, dark circles under her eyes, one hand protectively over her barely showing stomach. Ruby. Her voice was cold. Sarah. Mine was colder. Harper gestured to the couch. Let's all sit down. Coffee? Tea? I can't have caffeine, Sarah sniffed. Because of the baby. Not that some people care about that. Water it is, Harper said cheerfully, though I caught her eye roll. We sat in awkward silence until Harper cleared her throat. Sarah, you wanted to talk. So talk. Sarah's lower lip trembled. I just want to understand how you could be so evil. Taking away my baby's future home? Your baby's future home? I interrupted. You mean my house? The one I bought? The one I've been paying for? We're family! Sarah's voice rose. Family helps each other. Like you helped me when Lily was born? I leaned forward. Oh, wait, you didn't. You were too busy backpacking through Thailand with... what's his name? That's not fair. I was finding myself. While I was changing diapers and working 60-hour weeks. Alone. Sarah's face crumpled. I'm trying to do better now. I want to be a good mum. Like you. I thought you'd help me. By giving you my house? By sharing. By being a sister. Tears spilled down her cheeks. But you're just selfish and bitter and... Selfish! I stood up so fast my coffee cup rattled. Let's talk about selfish, Sarah. Let's talk about the time you maxed out my credit card buying festival tickets. Or when you borrowed my car and got 3 parking tickets you never paid. Or how about when you got fired from the job I got you because you were too hungover to show up? I was going through things. You're always going through things, and I'm always expected to fix them. I was shouting now, years of suppressed rage finally breaking free. Do you know what it's like to be the responsible one? To watch your sister wreck everything she touches while everyone expects you to clean up the mess? That's not... When was the last time you asked about my life? About Lily? When was the last time you showed up for anyone but yourself? Sarah stood too, mascara running down her face. You think you're so perfect. Miss Independent with her perfect job and perfect house and perfect life? Well, guess what? Some of us struggle. Some of us need help. Help is one thing. Entitlement is another. I took a deep breath. I finally realized something, Sarah. None of you ever loved me unconditionally. You only loved what I could give. The room went silent, except for Sarah's ragged breathing. That's not true, she whispered. No? Then name one time, just one, when you put my needs before yours. Sarah opened her mouth, then closed it. Her hand drifted to her stomach again, a gesture that once would have made me cave, would have sent me rushing to fix everything. Not anymore. I have something now that I own completely, I said quietly. Peace, and I won't let you take that too. So that's it? Sarah's voice cracked. You're just done with me? With all of us? I'm done being the family ATM. I'm done being the responsible one who has to sacrifice everything. I'm done watching you take and take and take. Harper, who'd been silent throughout our exchange, finally spoke. Sarah, I think it's time for you to go. My sister gathered her purse with shaking hands. At the door she turned back. You'll regret this, when my baby's born and you're not in their life. No, I cut her off. You'll regret this, when your baby's born and you finally understand what it means to be responsible for someone else's happiness, when you realize that burning bridges has consequences. She stared at me for a long moment, then left without another word. Through the window, I watched her walk to her car alone, probably for the first time in her life. Harper touched my shoulder. You okay? I wiped away tears I hadn't realized were falling. No. But I will be. Want to go get Lily from daycare and take her to the park? I nodded, thinking of my daughter's innocent smile, her unconditional love. Yeah, let's go home. Because that's what I had now. Not just a house, but a real home. One built on my terms, free from the weight of toxic family obligations. Hiya, Mama! Lily squealed as I pushed her on the park swing. The autumn breeze carried the sound of her laughter across the playground, mixing with the rustle of falling leaves. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Probably another blocked message from my family. They'd taken to creating new accounts just to tell me how cruel I was. I'd gotten good at blocking those too. Ruby? A familiar voice made me turn. Sarah stood at the edge of the playground, her pregnancy now clearly visible under a loose sweater. She looked different, tired, but somehow more real than I'd ever seen her. I slowed Lily's swing. What are you doing here? I live nearby now, actually. She gestured to a small apartment building across from the park. Chad and I broke up. I got a job at the coffee shop downstairs. That explained why she looked different. She was wearing a barista's apron instead of her usual designer clothes. You're working? I couldn't keep the surprise from my voice. Yeah. She smiled weakly. Turns out when you can't rely on someone else to fix everything, you have to fix it yourself. Lily pointed at Sarah's belly. Baby? That's right, sweetie, Sarah said softly. Your cousin's in there. I helped Lily out of the swing. Why are you here, Sarah? I had my first ultrasound yesterday. She pulled a grainy black and white photo from her apron pocket. It's a girl, and it made me think about Mum, about how she always played us against each other, about how I let her do it because it was easier than growing up. I sat on the empty swing, pushing myself slightly with one foot while Lily played in the sand nearby. Did Mom send you? No, she doesn't know I'm here. She's still... Sarah sighed. She's still Mom, but I'm trying not to be... well, me. What does that mean? It means I'm sorry. The words came out in a rush. Not just for the house thing, for everything. For being the hurricane that blew through your life expecting you to rebuild everything I destroyed. I studied her face, looking for the manipulation I'd grown so used to seeing. Instead, I found something new, accountability. The thing is, she continued, when Chad left and Mum started talking about me moving back home, I realized I was about to do to my daughter what Mom did to us, make her part of this cycle of dependency, of never growing up. So you got a job instead, and an apartment. It's tiny, and the elevator doesn't work, and I have to make coffee for rude people at 6 a.m., but... She straightened her apron. It's mine. I did it myself. Lily ran over with a handful of sand, proudly showing it to both of us before letting it slip through her fingers. I'm not asking for anything, Sarah said quickly. I want my daughter to know her cousin, to know what strength looks like. Because that's what you are, Ruby. Strong. Not cruel like Mom says. Strong. I watched Lily playing, thinking about all the times I'd wished for this, for Sarah to finally see me. Really see me. There's a coffee shop near my condo too, I said finally. Are they treating you better at yours? Sarah laughed. A real laugh, not her usual practiced giggle. The tips are decent, and my manager says I'm getting better at not burning the lattes. Lily and I usually get hot chocolate there on Sunday mornings, around 9. She caught her breath. Yeah? Yeah. And sometimes we feed the ducks after, when we're not too busy. I'd like that. She wiped her eyes. God, these pregnancy hormones are killer. Tell me about it. I cried at a paper towel commercial when I was pregnant with Lily. We shared a smile, small, tentative but real. I should get back to work, Sarah said, adjusting her apron. But Sunday? I nodded. Sunday. As she walked away, Lily waved. Bye-bye, baby. You know what, sweetie? I scooped her up, breathing in her baby shampoo smell. I think we just said hello instead. That evening, as I tucked Lily into bed in our cozy condo, I thought about karma. Everyone had expected it to look like revenge, like my family getting what they deserved. Instead, it looked like Sarah in an apron, learning to stand on her own. Like me, learning to set boundaries without burning every bridge. Sometimes karma isn't about monsters getting punished. Sometimes it's about people finally facing themselves in the mirror. I kissed Lily's forehead and whispered, "Sweet dreams, baby girl." Because that's what I'd really bought when I sold that house. Not just peace, but the chance for a new story. One where strength didn't mean carrying everyone else's burdens, and family didn't mean sacrificing yourself. One where bye-bye house meant hello to something better.
The worst part about waking up from a coma isn't the pain or confusion. It's realizing that everything you thought was a nightmare is actually your new reality. I learned this the hard way 3 years ago, when I opened my eyes to find myself trapped in a body that felt like it belonged to someone else. My name is Natalie, and I was 26 when a drunk driver decided to play pinball with my Toyota Corolla on a rainy Tuesday evening. I remember fragments. The screech of tires, the metallic crunch of impact, and the strange, weightless feeling as my car rolled down the embankment. Then, nothing. "Welcome back, sweetheart," Mum's voice was the first thing I heard. She was perched beside my hospital bed, perfectly manicured as always, not a hair out of place. "We've been so worried." I tried to speak, but my throat felt like sandpaper. Dad appeared on my other side, pressing a cup of water to my lips. "Easy does it, kiddo. You've been out for almost 2 weeks. The next few days were a blur of doctors, tests, and devastating news. Multiple spinal fractures, severe nerve damage. The words partial paralysis and long-term rehabilitation floated around my room like unwelcome ghosts. But the good news, Dr. Harrison said, trying to sound optimistic, is that the driver's insurance is paying out a substantial settlement, $600,000 to cover your ongoing care and rehabilitation. Mum squeezed my hand. "We'll handle everything, sweetie. You just focus on getting better." I should have noticed the gleam in her eyes when she said that. My brother Quentin visited a week later, bringing his girlfriend Kayla and his usual larger-than-life presents. "Look who's finally awake," he boomed, making my head throb. "Man, sis, you really know how to get attention, don't you?" "Quentin," Dad warned, but there was no real authority in his voice. There never was when it came to my brother. "What? I'm just saying, it's kind of perfect timing. My new business venture is just taking off and—" "Not now." Mum cut him off, but they shared a look I couldn't quite read. My friend Lena, a lawyer I'd known since college, visited regularly. She helped me understand the settlement details, explaining everything in her calm, methodical way. "You need to be careful with this money, Nat," she said one afternoon when we were alone. "It needs to last." "Mum and Dad are handling it," I told her. "They've set up some kind of trust." Lena's expression tightened. "Let me add something to the paperwork, just in case." "In case of what?" She didn't answer directly, just squeezed my hand. "Trust me on this one." I didn't understand her concern then. I was too focused on the basics, learning to sit up without passing out, fighting through the nerve pain that felt like lightning through my legs, trying to accept that my pre-med dreams were probably over. My physical therapist, Lucia, became my lifeline. She pushed me hard, but knew exactly when to ease up. "Your body is healing," she'd say, "but your spirit needs to heal too." One evening, about a month after I woke up, Dad came to visit wearing his work coat despite the warm weather. As he hugged me awkwardly around the monitors, something fell from his pocket. A bank letter. I managed to snag it when he wasn't looking. The letter mentioned a disbursement adjustment to an account in Nevada. That was strange. We lived in Michigan, and as far as I knew, we had no connections to Nevada. "Everything okay?" Dad asked, noticing my expression. I forced a smile. "Just tired." "Hey, when can we start looking at those specialized therapy programs Dr. Harrison mentioned?" "Oh, well..." Dad suddenly became very interested in his phone. "Your mother's handling all that. We need to be strategic with the funds, you know. Make sure everything's properly invested." That night, I lay awake in my hospital bed, the letter's words burning in my mind. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't quite piece it together yet. I thought about Lena's cryptic warning, about Mom's endless deflections regarding the settlement money, about Quinton's new business venture. My phone buzzed with a text from my brother. "Great news. Just signed the lease on my new office space. Mom says you'll be so proud when you see what we've done with the investment." Investment. The word hit me like a second car crash. I stared at the ceiling, my hands clenching the scratchy hospital blanket. They wouldn't, I thought. They couldn't. But deep down, I already knew they had. Coming home felt like entering a funhouse mirror version of my old life. Everything looked almost right, but not quite. Mom had installed a basic metal ramp over the front steps, the cheapest model available according to the sticker still stuck to its underside. My bedroom had been moved to the first floor, into what used to be Dad's office. "We did our best with the modifications," Mom said, wheeling me inside. "The contractor wanted a fortune for those fancy grab bars and wider doorways, but we found some reasonable alternatives." Reasonable alternatives meant I could barely fit my wheelchair through the bathroom door, and reaching the sink was like solving a puzzle every morning. "When can we start the full renovation?" I asked during dinner that first night. Dr. Harrison said proper accessibility is crucial for... "Oh, honey," Mum interrupted, exchanging glances with Dad. "We need to be practical about expenses. There's not enough left for all that premium stuff." Not enough left? The words hit me like ice water. "But the settlement is being carefully managed," Dad said quickly, "for everyone's benefit." The next week, Quinton hosted a grand opening party for his new business venture, some kind of tech startup involving cryptocurrency and social media influencers. I couldn't follow his explanation, but I could certainly follow the money trail. The party was held at his new downtown office space, all gleaming glass and modern furniture. A champagne tower sparkled in the corner, and waiters circulated with expensive hors d'oeuvres. "Pretty impressive, right?" Kayla sidled up to my wheelchair, champagne flute in hand. "Quinton says the family support made all this possible. Isn't it amazing how everyone's coming together?" I forced a smile that felt like broken glass. "Yeah, amazing!" During my next physical therapy session, I couldn't focus. Lucia noticed immediately. "Your mind's somewhere else today," she said, helping me with my exercises. "Want to talk about it?" The whole story spilled out. The settlement, the mysterious bank transfers, Quinton's sudden prosperity. Lucia's hand stilled on my leg. "Natalie, you know you still have rights, right? That money was meant for your care." "I know," I whispered, "but what can I do? They're my family." "Family doesn't mean they own you." She hesitated. "And maybe you have more power than you think." That night, I called Lena for the first time since leaving the hospital. "I was wondering when you'd contact me," she said. "How much have they taken?" "I don't know exactly, but Quinton's new office alone must have cost..." "Send me everything you can find. Bank statements, transfer records, anything. And Natalie, remember that clause we added? It's still there, waiting." Before I could ask what she meant, Mum burst into my room without knocking. "Quinton's got a surprise for everyone," she announced. "Come to the driveway." There, gleaming under the streetlights, sat a brand new Porsche. Quinton was leaning against it, grinning like a game show host. "Pretty sweet, right?" he called out. The business is really taking off. This is just the beginning. I watched as Mum and Dad fawned over the car, their faces glowing with pride. Kayla snapped photos for social media. No one seemed to notice or care that I had to park my wheelchair at an awkward angle just to see past them. Later, as everyone headed inside for celebratory drinks, I heard Dad and Quinton talking near the garage. "The insurance payment cleared?" Quinton asked. "Yeah, but we need to be more careful," Dad replied. "Let's just hope she never finds out." "Relax, she's not exactly in a position to do anything about it." I sat there in the darkness, my hands gripping my wheelchair's arms until my knuckles turned white. They thought I was helpless, weak, just a burden to be managed. That night, I sent Lena a text. "Tell me about this clause." Her response came immediately. "Come to my office tomorrow. It's time you learned about your insurance policy's fine print." I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling I could barely see through the darkness. The same ceiling my parents couldn't afford to install proper grab bars under, somehow. The house creaked and settled around me, and somewhere upstairs I could hear Quinton's muffled laughter. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Lena. "By the way, keep every receipt, every bank statement, every email you can find. Document everything. Trust me." For the first time since the accident, I felt something other than pain and helplessness, something sharp and cold and clarifying. They thought they could steal my future because I couldn't walk. Fine. Let them think that. Let them think I was just their token disabled daughter, grateful for their scraps of attention and care. They had no idea what was coming. I decided to give them one chance to come clean. Maybe there was an explanation. Maybe I was wrong. I wheeled myself into the living room where Mom was arranging flowers, always keeping up appearances, and Dad was pretending to read the newspaper. "We need to talk about the settlement money," I said quietly. The newspaper crinkled as Dad's hands tightened. Mom didn't turn around. "What about it, sweetie?" Her voice was honey-sweet, warning bells wrapped in sugar. "Where is it?" Mum finally turned, her smile perfect and practiced. "It's being invested, dear, for the future of the family." "My future," I corrected. "It was meant for my care." "And you're being cared for, aren't you?" She gestured around the room. "You have a roof over your head, food on the table, and a bathroom I can barely use. No proper therapy equipment. No—" "Those things are expensive," Dad cut in. "We had to make practical decisions." "Like buying Quinton a Porsche?" The room went silent. Mum's smile flickered, but held. "Your brother's business ventures will benefit everyone," she said. "The money will grow, and then we can look at those fancy modifications you want." "When?" "Don't use that tone with your mother," Dad warned. I pulled out my phone, where I documented everything. The settlement was deposited 4 months ago. Since then, there have been transfers to Nevada, payments to luxury car dealers, and $100,000 to Q Tech Ventures. Want to explain that? Mum's smile vanished. "Have you been snooping through our papers?" "They're my papers, my money." "You ungrateful little—" Mum caught herself. "After everything we've done for you." "Done for me? You stole from me." "We did not steal," Dad said firmly. "We invested in Quinton, like always." As if summoned, my brother appeared in the doorway, Kayla hovering behind him. "What's all the shouting about?" he asked, though his smirk suggested he knew exactly what was happening. "Your sister is being dramatic about money," Mum said. "Again?" Quinton rolled his eyes. "You should be grateful you at least have a roof over your head. Do you know how expensive it is to take care of you?" "Not as expensive as your car payments," I shot back. "That car is a business investment," he sneered. "Something you wouldn't understand sitting around all day." "I sit around all day because I can't afford the therapy I need. Oh, here we go with the guilt trip. Quentin threw up his hands. You know what? You're lucky we didn't put you in a home. Most families wouldn't deal with this burden. Mom didn't even scold him for saying it. She just stood there, arranging her stupid flowers. I pulled out my phone again and started recording. So, just to be clear, you all think it's okay to use my settlement money meant for my medical care, to fund Quentin's business? We're not having this conversation, Dad said. Why not? Afraid of saying it out loud? The money is tied up in promising ventures, Mum insisted. Everything we've done is for this family's future. My future matters too. Your future is secure, Dad said. You have us. I laughed, and it wasn't a happy sound. Yeah, I have you. Taking my money, treating me like a burden, and expecting me to be grateful for it. Later that night, I heard them arguing upstairs. I wheeled closer to the stairs, recording on my phone. She's getting suspicious, Dad was saying. We need to fix this before she finds out everything. Fix what? Mum snapped. Why, we did what we had to do. Quentin needed the capital, and she wasn't using the money anyway. It was supposed to be for her care. She has care. Basic care is enough. Quentin has real potential. He just needs support to succeed. I sent the recording to Lena immediately. Her response came quickly. Perfect. Keep gathering evidence. The trap is almost ready. I glanced at Dad's tablet, left carelessly on the coffee table. He never was good with technology or passwords. 3 tries later, I was in his email. There it was. A transfer receipt from my trust fund to Quentin's personal account. $200,000 labelled as family investment. I forwarded it to Lena, then wheeled myself back to my room. Through the wall, I could hear Quentin and Kayla laughing about something in the kitchen, probably planning their next vacation with my money. Just wait, I whispered to myself. Keep laughing, keep spending, keep thinking you've won, because Lena was right. The trap was almost ready, and none of them saw it coming. You're pushing yourself too hard, Lucia said during our therapy session, but I could tell she was impressed. 3 sets yesterday? 4 today? I need them to think I'm getting weaker, I explained, powering through another rep. The more helpless they think I am, the less they'll suspect. Lucia checked that the door was closed before speaking. Lena called me, asked if I'd testify about your reduced therapy schedule and the impact it's having on your recovery. Will you? She squeezed my shoulder. Every damn word will be true. At home, I played my part perfectly. I dropped things more often, asked for help with basic tasks, acted increasingly dependent. Mum ate it up, cooing over me like I was a child. See? She told Dad one evening. She's doing fine with the basic care. We made the right choice. I recorded that too. Lena's office was my sanctuary. We met weekly, building our case piece by piece. The clause is beautiful in its simplicity, she explained, spreading papers across her desk. If fraudulent use of settlement funds is proven, the court can authorise seizure of any asset used as collateral in the trust agreement. And what asset was that? Her smile was razor-sharp. Your parents' house. They signed it over as guarantee when they became trustees. Probably didn't even read the fine print. They never do, I said. They're too used to being in control. Right on cue, my phone buzzed with a text from Mum. Quentin's hosting an investor meeting at the house tonight. Please stay in your room. We need to make a good impression. I showed Lena the message. She started typing on her computer. Perfect timing, she said, because guess what your brother's investors don't know? His company's being funded with stolen medical settlement money. One anonymous tip to the SEC and... Not yet, I said. We need one more piece. That night, I pretended to sleep through the investor meeting, but my phone was recording everything through the thin walls. The initial capital came from family support, Quentin was saying. We believe in investing in our own. Substantial investment, someone commented. Family must really believe in you. Oh, they do, Quentin laughed. Let's just say we had a windfall, and we knew exactly how to put it to good use. The next morning, Mum and Dad were huddled in the kitchen, talking in low voices. We need another 100,000, Dad was saying. The first round investors want to see more skin in the game. We can take out a second mortgage, Mum suggested. The house has plenty of equity. I wheeled myself to Lucia's office instead of our usual therapy room. They're going to take out another loan, I told her, using the house as collateral. The same house that's already collateral for your trust, she said, understanding immediately. Does Lena know? Texted her on the way here. She says it's perfect. The more debt they pile on, the harder they'll fall. I worked extra hard in therapy that day, but made sure to wince and struggle when Mum picked me up. Maybe we should scale back the sessions, she suggested, watching me fake grimace as I transferred to the car. They're clearly too much for you. Whatever you think is best, Mum. At home, I found Dad's tablet again. This time, there was an email thread about the new loan application. He'd even attached a photo of his driver's license for verification. I forwarded everything to Lena. Her response was immediate. Got it. All the pieces are in place. Ready when you are. I looked around the house. The house they'd signed away without reading the fine print. The house they were about to borrow against, not knowing it was already forfeit. My phone buzzed again. Mum. Quentin's investors loved the presentation. They're going to fund his next phase. All our sacrifices are finally paying off. I wheeled myself to the window, watching Mum and Dad help Quentin load presentation materials into his Porsche. They were laughing, celebrating another win for their golden boy. Hey, sis, Quentin called out, seeing me at the window. Thanks for staying quiet last night. Wouldn't want your wheelchair ramps ruining the aesthetic, right? I smiled and waved. Let them think I was the grateful, quiet daughter. Let them think I was weak. I opened my laptop and typed a single email to Lena. Do it. Her reply came seconds later. Papers will be filed in the morning. Are you sure you're ready? I looked at my reflection in the window. The daughter they thought they could steal from. The sister they thought they could silence. The woman they thought they had broken. I'm ready. The trap was set, and tomorrow it would snap shut. The bank liaison arrived at exactly 9:06 a.m., her heels clicking on our front walkway. I watched through the window as Mum opened the door, perfect hostess smile in place. Mrs. Boyd, I'm Amanda Torres from First National. I'm here about the property inspection. Mum's smile flickered. Property inspection? We haven't scheduled anything. It's a standard procedure before asset seizure, Amanda explained, consulting her tablet. As per the court filing this morning. Court filing? There must be some mistake. I wheeled myself into the foyer. No mistake, Mom. The colour drained from her face. Natalie, what did you do? I protected my future, since you wouldn't. Dad emerged from his study, drawn by the commotion. What's going on? Sir, Amanda said, I need to document the current state of the property. The court has authorised an inspection in preparation for potential seizure under Trust Violation Clause 247B. Trust violation? Dad's voice went up an octave. What trust violation? The one you triggered when you stole my settlement money, I said quietly. Remember that paperwork you signed without reading? The house was collateral. Mum's perfect mask cracked. You can't do this. We're your parents. Parents don't steal from their disabled daughter. We didn't steal, Mum shrieked. We invested in Quentin's failed businesses, in his Porsche, in everything except my care. Amanda cleared her throat. I need to begin the inspection. Please don't remove any fixtures or make any alterations to the property. As if on cue, Quentin burst through the front door. What's this about a court filing? My investors are freaking out. Your sister, Mum spat, is trying to take our house. Not trying, I corrected. Taking, legally, just like you took my future. Quentin advanced on my wheelchair. You ungrateful little... I wouldn't, a new voice said. My cousin Darnell stood in the doorway, his massive frame blocking the light. Step away from her. This is family business, Quentin snapped. Darnell's smile was cold. Exactly why I'm here. Family. Mum turned to me, switching tactics. Her voice went soft, pleading. Sweetheart, be reasonable. Think about what this will do to our reputation, to the family name. Should have thought about that before you emptied my trust fund. We can fix this, Dad said desperately. We'll take out a loan, replace the money. With what collateral? I asked. The house you already signed away? Or maybe Quentin's Porsche? Amanda continued her inspection, taking photos and measurements, seemingly oblivious to the family drama unfolding around her. This will kill your mother. Dad tried again. Like making me skip therapy sessions didn't kill me. Like watching Quentin blow my care money on crypto didn't kill me. You're being dramatic, Quentin scoffed. I pulled out my phone. Really? Let's hear what you all have to say about it. I pressed play. Mum's voice filled the room. She wasn't using the money anyway. Then Dad's, we need to fix this before she finds out everything. And finally, Quentin's drunken boast to his investors. Let's just say we had a windfall, and we knew exactly how to put it to good use. The room fell silent except for Amanda's clicking camera and tapping keyboard. You recorded us, Mum whispered. I learned from the best, Mum. Always keep evidence, right? Isn't that what you taught me? The inspection is complete, Amanda announced. You'll receive formal documentation within 3 business days. Please remember, no alterations to the property. As she left, Darnell moved to stand behind my wheelchair. A silent guardian. You have 30 days, I said quietly. The court will give you 30 days to vacate. You can't be serious, Quentin laughed, but there was fear in his eyes. Where are we supposed to go? Maybe sell the Porsche? I hear those crypto investments aren't doing so well anyway. Mum collapsed onto the stairs, her perfect posture finally breaking. Please, Natalie, be reasonable. We can talk about this. Like you talked to me about spending my settlement. Like you talked to me about cutting my therapy. Like you talked to me about anything. Dad just stood there looking old and deflated. We thought we were doing the right thing. No, I said, wheeling myself towards my room. You thought I was too weak to fight back. That's a very different thing. This isn't over, Quentin called after me. I stopped and turned. Actually, it is. Check your investor emails. Turns out the SEC is very interested in medical settlement money being used for unauthorized business ventures. As I closed my door, I heard Mum start to cry. Not her usual manipulative tears, but real, broken sobs. I didn't feel guilty. I felt free. The court order arrived on a Tuesday morning. Mum refused to open it, so Dad did, his hand shaking as he broke the seal. 30 days, he confirmed, voice hollow. They're giving us 30 days to vacate. Quentin stormed in, waving his phone. My accounts are frozen. All of them. What did you do? Me? I raised an eyebrow. I didn't do anything. But it turns out using fraudulently obtained medical settlement money for business ventures is illegal. Who knew? You've ruined everything, he shouted. My investors are pulling out. Kayla's talking about taking a break. The SEC is... The SEC is what? I interrupted. Investigating where your startup capital came from? Funny how that works. Mom appeared in the doorway, looking like she'd aged 10 years overnight. I just got off the phone with the country club. They've suspended our membership pending the legal situation. Not the country club, I gasped mockingly. However will we survive? You're killing your mother's spirit, she whispered. No, Mum, you killed mine first, multiple times. Every time you chose Quentin over my health. A loud banging from upstairs made us all jump. Darnell, who'd appointed himself my unofficial bodyguard, appeared at the top of the stairs. Your brother's girlfriend is clearing out her stuff, he reported, and taking some family jewellery with her. What? Mum ran upstairs, her social disgrace temporarily forgotten. Quentin's face went pale. She wouldn't... Oh, but she did, Darnell smiled. I watched her pack up your grandmother's pearls and that vintage Rolex. Said something about compensation for wasted time. Those weren't hers to take. Mum's voice shrieked from above. Like my settlement, it wasn't yours to take, I called back. Dad sank into a chair, looking defeated. Natalie, please, we can work something out. The house has been in the family for generations. Should have thought about that before you signed it away. Did you even read the trust agreement? His silence was answer enough. Quentin paced the room like a caged animal. This is just spite, pure spite. No, I corrected him. This is consequences. Remember when you said I should be grateful you didn't put me in a home, that I was lucky to have a roof over my head? Well, now it's my roof. The doorbell rang. Darnell answered it to find Lena standing there with a contractor. Hope you don't mind, she said brightly, walking in. We're just here to measure for the renovations. Full accessibility upgrade, proper wheelchair ramps, modified bathroom fixtures. You can't do this, Mum said, coming back downstairs. We haven't even moved out yet. Just planning ahead, Lena replied. 30 days goes by quickly. The contractor moved through the house, taking measurements and making notes. He passed Quentin's room just as Kayla emerged, dragging a heavy suitcase. Keep the Rolex, she spat at him. Sell it! You'll need the money more than me. Mum followed her, pleading. Kayla, dear, those are family heirlooms. Family? Kayla laughed bitterly. You mean the family that stole from their own daughter? The family that's about to be homeless? No thanks. I'm out. She stormed past us all, the front door slamming behind her. Dad finally spoke up, his voice broken. I'm sorry, Natalie. I should have stopped this. Should have protected you. But you didn't, I said quietly. You never did. What do you want? Mom asked. Money? We'll find a way to pay you back. I want what was already mine. My settlement, my independence, my future. And our future? Quentin demanded. Where are we supposed to go? Maybe try one of those budget apartments you said would be good enough for me. The ones you suggested when you wanted to sell this house for your business? The contractor finished his measurements and approached me. We can start work in about 5 weeks. Full accessibility throughout. Therapy room in the converted bedroom, everything up to medical code. Perfect, I said. That's exactly what the settlement was meant for in the first place. Mum started crying again, but I'd grown immune to her tears. They were just water now, not guilt. Lena touched my shoulder. Need anything else today? I looked around at my family. Mum's mascara-streaked face, Dad's defeated slump, Quentin's impotent rage, the people who thought they could steal my future because I couldn't walk. No, I said. I think everything's exactly where it should be. The contractor's pencil scratched against his notepad, measuring out my new future in inches and feet. Every mark was a victory, every number a step toward independence. They had taken everything from me. Now I was taking it back. Moving day arrived with a grey sky and scattered rain. I watched from the front window as Dad loaded boxes into their rented U-Haul. Mum hadn't emerged from the house yet, still making a show of her devastation. Need help with that? Darnell called out to Dad, who was struggling with a heavy box. We don't need your charity, Mum snapped, finally appearing with her designer handbag clutched like a shield. Wasn't offering any, Darnell replied smoothly. Just thought you might want to avoid dropping your precious china. Quentin appeared last, carrying only a small duffel bag. His Porsche was already gone, sold to cover legal fees and investor paybacks. Happy now? He asked, glaring at me. Got your revenge? This isn't revenge, I said. This is justice. Keep telling yourself that. He kicked a box viciously. You've destroyed this family. No, you all did that when you stole from me. Mom approached my wheelchair, making one last attempt. Sweetheart, there's still time to reconsider. Think about what you're doing. Think about motherly love. Motherly love? I cut her off. Was it motherly love when you cancelled my therapy sessions to pay for Quentin's office furniture? Was it motherly love when you watched me struggle in a bathroom I could barely use while spending my settlement on his failed ventures? We were trying to secure everyone's future. No, you were betting my future on Quentin's dreams. How'd that work out? Dad paused in his loading. Natalie, please. Your mother's heart. Don't, I warned. Don't you dare make me the villain here. You had choices. You made them. These are the consequences. Lucia arrived then, carrying supplies for our afternoon therapy session. She'd be using the newly converted bedroom, my old bedroom, as a proper therapy space. Perfect timing, I said. You can help me check out the renovations. This is still our home, Mum protested weakly. Not anymore, Lena said, appearing with the final paperwork. As of noon today, the property transfers fully to Natalie. You need to be out by 2 p.m. Mum collapsed onto a chair, one of the few pieces of furniture remaining. Where did we go wrong? You want the list chronologically or alphabetically? I asked. You harbour such hate in your heart, she whispered. No, Mom, this isn't hate. This is balance. This is what happens when you treat your daughter like an ATM and expect her to thank you for it. Quentin stormed out, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the windows. Through the glass, I watched him walk away. No car to drive off in, no girlfriend to run to, no investors to bail him out. Dad finished loading the last box. The apartment's not much, but we'll manage. Like I had to manage? I asked, with inadequate care and empty promises. He looked at me for a long moment. I failed you. I see that now. Yes, you did. I'm sorry. I know, but sorry doesn't pay for the therapy I missed or the independence you stole. Mom finally stood, straightening her designer clothes, probably the last ones she'd be able to afford for a while. This house has been in our family for generations. And now it's in my part of the family, I said. The part you forgot about while chasing Quentin's dreams. They left quietly after that, the U-Haul coughing to life in the driveway. I watched them pull away, Mom not looking back, Dad checking the rearview mirror one last time. Lucia wheeled me through the house, now fitted with proper ramps, wider doorways, and all the modifications that should have been done months ago. How does it feel? She asked. Like justice. Darnell started bringing in my new medical equipment, a proper therapy table, exercise machines, everything the settlement should have bought in the first place. The mail arrived as we were setting up. Among the envelopes was a letter from a funeral home. I opened it with trembling fingers. Your Aunt Margaret passed last week, Lena explained, having known about it already. She left you something. Inside was a notice of inheritance, a second chance at security, but there was a condition, full severance of ties with Mom. She knew, I whispered. Aunt Margaret knew what they were doing. What are you going to do? Lucia asked. I looked around my house, truly mine now, set up for my needs, not their greed. The therapy room waited, properly equipped. The accessible bathroom gleamed. Everything was as it should have been from the start. I lit a candle in the window, watching the flame flicker. The inheritance letter waited for my answer, but I wasn't ready to give it. Not yet. Some choices, I'd learned, deserved time to breathe. The autumn wind rustled through my newly installed automatic doors as I wheeled into my home office. My laptop displayed a fresh email from Lena. Another update about Quinton's legal troubles. The SEC investigation had expanded, and his investors were filing their own lawsuits. My phone buzzed, a text from Mom. "Your brother might have to declare bankruptcy. Please, we need help." I set the phone down without replying. The last 3 messages had been similar. Pleas for money, attempts at guilt, desperate bargaining. The doorbell rang. Darnell answered it, then called out, "It's Lucia and someone else." I wheeled into the living room to find Lucia standing with a young woman in a wheelchair. "This is Sarah," Lucia said. "Remember how we talked about using part of the house as a therapy centre for others?" Sarah smiled nervously. "I heard what you did. Standing up to your family like that. It gave me courage to fight my own insurance battle." Before I could respond, another text came through, this time from Dad. "Saw your interview in the Disability Rights newsletter. Proud of you. I know that doesn't make up for anything." He was right. It didn't. "Come on," I told Sarah, leading her to the therapy room. "Let me show you what proper accessibility looks like." As Lucia started their session, I wheeled to my office to finish some work. I'd found a remote position in patient advocacy, helping others navigate the medical system I'd learned to fight. The mail arrived, another letter from the funeral home about Aunt Margaret's inheritance. The deadline for accepting the conditions was approaching. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Through the security camera, I saw Kayla standing there, shifting nervously. "What do you want?" I asked through the intercom. "To apologise," she said, "and to return something." I let her in. She placed Grandma's pearls on my desk. "I was angry," she explained, "at Quinton, at your parents, at everyone, but taking these was wrong." "Why return them now?" "Because I saw your interview too, about fighting for what's rightfully yours. Made me realise I was just being spiteful. Unlike them, you chose to make it right." She nodded. "Quinton's working at an insurance company now. Entry level. Your mum's selling her designer clothes online. Your dad..." She hesitated. "He's actually going to therapy. Says he needs to understand why he failed you." I hadn't known that last part. After she left, I called Lena. "I've made a decision about Aunt Margaret's inheritance," I told her. "And I'm accepting it. But I want to use part of it to start a foundation. For others like me, people fighting for their right to proper care. Your mother won't like being cut off officially. My mother stopped having a say in my life when she chose Quinton's dreams over my needs." That evening, as Sarah finished her therapy session, she paused by my desk. "Thank you," she said, "not just for sharing your space, but for showing me that fighting back isn't wrong." I thought about Mum's texts, Dad's therapy sessions, Quinton's new humble life, and Kayla's returned pearls. Fighting back isn't wrong, I agreed, but neither is moving forward. I picked up my phone and typed a response to Dad. "Proud isn't enough, but change might be a start." Then I wheeled myself to the front window, the same window where I'd once watched helplessly as they spent my future. Now I watched Sarah navigate her wheelchair down my properly graded ramp, heading toward her own future, stronger for having seen mine. Lucia appeared beside me. "Ready for your session?" "Actually," I said, "I think I'm ready for everything." I signed the inheritance acceptance papers that evening, adding my foundation plans as a codicil. Aunt Margaret would have appreciated that, using money to help others fight back, to claim their rights, to demand better. The house creaked softly around me, but it wasn't the sound of secrets anymore. It was the sound of justice, of consequences, of strength. My phone lit up one last time, a text from an unknown number. Saw your interview. I'm fighting my parents too. They think my disability means they can control my settlement. Can you help? I smiled and typed back, yes, and I know exactly where to start. Because that's what justice looks like. Not just winning your own fight, but helping others win theirs. I never wanted revenge. I wanted what they stole from me. Control over my own future. Turns out, getting the house back was just the beginning.
I was 18 when my parents told me they'd spent my college fund on my brother's investment opportunity. Just like that. $23,000. Gone. My name is Ellie, and I'm about to tell you a story that'll make your blood boil. Or maybe you'll think I'm a monster by the end. I honestly don't know anymore. Ellie, sweetheart, sit down, Mom said that Tuesday evening, her voice doing that fake sweet thing it did when she was about to deliver bad news. Dad was already at the kitchen table, shuffling papers like they were legal documents instead of bank statements. We need to discuss your college situation, Dad said without looking up. I'd been accepted to State University for environmental science, not Harvard, not Yale, but a solid program that would let me study renewable energy systems. I'd been dreaming about it for months. What about it? I asked, sliding into the chair across from them. Well, Leon's got this incredible opportunity. Mom started, her eyes lighting up the way they always did when she talked about my older brother. His firm wants to fast-track him into their investment division, but he needs capital to prove himself. My stomach dropped. What kind of capital? Dad finally looked at me. The thing is, Ellie, Leon's got real potential here. This could set him up for life, make him a millionaire before he's 30. And my college fund would be better invested in Leon's future, Dad said matter-of-factly. Environmental science? Come on, honey. What kind of career is that? You'll be lucky to make $40,000 a year hugging trees. I felt like I'd been slapped. Are you serious right now? Leon's already making 6 figures, Mom chimed in. And this investment opportunity, Ellie, it's a sure thing. He'll pay back the fund with interest within 2 years. You can take a gap year, work, save up some money of your own. A gap year? My voice cracked. Mom, I got into their honors program. If I defer, I lose my spot. Dad waved his hand dismissively. There'll be other programs, other schools, but Leon's opportunity is now. I looked between them, searching for any sign that this was some sick joke. But Mom was nodding along with Dad, and they both had that look, the one that said the decision was already made. Where's Leon now? I asked. At Alexis's place, Mom said. Planning their engagement party. Did we tell you? He proposed last month? Of course he did. Golden boy Leon, with his finance degree and his socialite girlfriend and his expensive suits. Leon, who'd never worked a day in his life that wasn't handed to him on a silver platter. So let me get this straight, I said slowly. You're taking my college fund, money that's been saved for me since I was born, and giving it to Leon so he can play stock market? It's not playing, Dad snapped. It's investing. Something you'd understand if you weren't so focused on this environmental nonsense. Nonsense? I stood up so fast my chair scraped against the floor. Dad, climate change is the biggest crisis of our generation. Renewable energy is going to be $1 trillion industry. Dad laughed, actually laughed. Ellie, sweetheart, leave the business talk to people who understand it. Leon's got an MBA from Wharton. You want to study what? Solar panels? Advanced photovoltaic systems, wind energy optimization, battery storage technology. Exactly, Mom interrupted. All very nice hobbies, but Leon's talking about real money, real success. I felt something cold settle in my chest, something that would stay there for the next 10 years. What if I refuse? I asked. What if I say no? Dad's expression hardened. It's not your money yet, Ellie. It's our money, saved for your education. And we've decided this is a better educational investment. For Leon. For the family, Mom corrected. When Leon succeeds, we all succeed. That's how families work. I wanted to scream. I wanted to flip the table and storm out. Instead, I asked, and if his investment fails? It won't, Dad said with absolute certainty. Leon's got a gift for this stuff, always has. Remember when he was 12 and he bought those baseball cards, sold them for 3 times what he paid? He was 12, Dad. This is $23,000. Which will be $50,000 in 2 years, Mom said brightly. Maybe more. Then you'll have even more for college. I looked at them. Really looked at them. At the way Mom's eyes sparkled when she talked about Leon's success. At the way Dad sat straighter when he mentioned Leon's MBA. At the way neither of them could meet my eyes when they talked about my future. Fine, I said quietly. They both blinked, clearly expecting more of a fight. Fine? Dad repeated. Fine. Give Leon the money. I'll figure something else out. Mom reached across the table and patted my hand. Oh, sweetheart, you're being so mature about this. Leon will be so grateful. We all will. I pulled my hand away. I'm going to my room. Dinner's in an hour, Mom called after me. I didn't answer. I was already planning. Already calculating. Already deciding that if my family wanted to bet everything on Leon, they could live with the consequences. They had no idea what I was capable of, but one day, they'd find out. 3 months later, I was working my third job of the week when Camila found me scrubbing tables at Murphy's Diner at 11 p.m. Jesus, Ellie, she said, sliding into the booth I'd just cleaned. You look like death. Thanks for the pep talk, I muttered, spraying down the next table. What are you doing here? Looking for you. You missed our study group again. Camila had been my best friend since sophomore year of high school. While I was getting my college fund stolen, she was getting ready for her freshman year at State, the same program I should have been in. I can't afford to miss shifts, I said, not looking at her. Rent's due in 2 days. Ellie, you're killing yourself. You work at the campus bookstore from 6 to noon, the tutoring center from 1 to 5, and here until midnight. When do you sleep? I don't. I threw the rag into my cleaning bucket harder than necessary. Sleep doesn't pay for community college classes. That was my compromise. Community college for 2 years, then transfer to State if I could save enough. It wasn't the honors program, but it was something. Your parents still haven't. Nope, I cut her off. Last I heard, Leon's investment was showing promising returns. Mom called last week to tell me about his new BMW. Camila's face darkened. He bought a BMW with your college money? Apparently it's a business expense. Gotta look successful to be successful, right? The diner's bell chimed, and my manager Jerry stuck his head out of the kitchen. Ellie, you got a customer. I turned to see a guy about my age in an expensive jacket, looking around like he'd never seen a diner before. Great, probably some college kid slumming it after the bars closed. I'll be right there. I called to Jerry, then looked back at Camila. I gotta work. I'll wait, she said. We need to talk. I walked over to the guy in the jacket. Up close, he looked nervous, fidgeting with his phone. What can I get you? I asked. Just coffee, black. He glanced around again. Actually, are you Ellie Williams? My blood went cold. Who's asking? I'm Marcus. I work with your brother Leon at Henderson and Associates. Of course, one of Leon's finance bros, probably here to gloat about their success while I served him coffee at midnight. Let me guess, I said, grabbing the coffee pot. Leon sent you to check on his poor little sister? Marcia shifted uncomfortably. Not exactly. Look, can we talk? Privately? I glanced back at Camila, who was watching us with interest. Jerry was in the kitchen and we were the only customers. Talk about what? Marcus lowered his voice. About Leon's investment strategy, the one your parents funded. I poured his coffee, my hand steady, despite my racing heart. What about it? It's not going well, he said quietly. Like, really not going well. I set the coffee pot down. Define not going well. He's down 60%, maybe more. The market's been brutal, and Leon, he's been making some risky plays, doubling down when he should have cut losses. My chest tightened. How risky? He borrowed against his initial investment, used margin trading. If this keeps going south... Marcus ran his hand through his hair. Look, I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I heard about the college fund thing. That's messed up. Why are you telling me? Because Leon's been bragging about how his family believes in him, how they invested in his future. But if he loses everything... Marcus met my eyes. Your parents don't know, do they? About how bad it is? I thought about Mom's phone call last week. gushing about Leon's new car and his promotion prospects. No, I said. They don't know. Marcus nodded grimly. He's been keeping up appearances, the BMW, the expensive dinners with Alexis, but it's all on credit now. If his investments don't turn around in the next few months, he'll lose everything, including your college fund. I stared at him for a long moment. Part of me wanted to feel vindicated. I'd known this would happen, but mostly I just felt tired. Thanks for telling me, I said finally. Marcus left a 20 for a $3 coffee and walked out without another word. I went back to Camila, who immediately grabbed my arm. What was that about? Leon's losing my college money, I said flatly. What? How do you know? I told her about Marcus, about the failed investments and the borrowed money. Camila's eyes got wider with each detail. Ellie, you have to tell your parents. Why? So they can panic and blame me somehow? So they can ask me to get a fourth job to help bail out their golden boy? Because it's your money? Was my money, I corrected. Now it's just gone. Camila was quiet for a moment. Then she said, What are you going to do? I looked around the diner, at the cracked vinyl booths, the flickering fluorescent lights, the grease stains on my uniform. This was my life now. This was what believing in Leon had bought me. I'm going to keep working, I said. Keep studying, keep building something they can't take away from me. Ellie, I'm serious, Cam. I'm done depending on them, done hoping they'll see me as worth investing in. I picked up my cleaning supplies. From now on, I'm investing in myself. 2 weeks later, I was in the community college lab at 2 a.m. working on a project that would change everything. The professor had mentioned something about photovoltaic efficiency in passing, and I'd been obsessing over it ever since. I was running calculations on a new cell design when my phone buzzed. A text from Mom. Leon's doing so well. His boss is very impressed. We're so proud. I turned the phone face down and went back to my equations. They had no idea what I was working on. No idea that while they were celebrating Leon's fake success, I was on the verge of something real. But they would. Eventually, they'd find out exactly what their worthless daughter was capable of. The patent application was approved 6 months later. I never told them. 10 years later, I was sitting in my Honda Civic outside my parents' house, watching Leon pace back and forth through the living room window while talking on his phone. His gestures were getting more animated by the minute. I'd driven over for Sunday dinner, a tradition I'd somehow gotten roped back into after finishing my master's degree. To them, I was still struggling Ellie, the one who'd finally gotten her act together by landing a job at a small renewable energy consulting firm. What they didn't know was that I owned the firm, along with 3 others, and a portfolio worth more than Leon had ever dreamed of making. Ellie! Mom opened the door before I could knock. Perfect timing. Leon's just finishing up a business call. I followed her into the kitchen where she was pulling a roast out of the oven. The house smelled the same as it always had, vanilla candles and her signature pot roast. Some things never changed. How's work going, sweetheart? She asked, not really waiting for an answer. Leon's been telling us about this amazing new project he's heading up. Something about international markets. Sounds exciting, I said, grabbing plates from the cabinet. Same routine we'd done 100 times. Dad wandered in from his study, reading glasses perched on his nose. Ellie, good to see you. How's the tree hugging business? 10 years, and he still couldn't resist the dig. It's fine, Dad. Keeping busy. Well, that's good. Steady work is important. He said it like he was congratulating a child for coloring inside the lines. Leon finally came in from the living room, phone still pressed to his ear. No, I understand the timeline pressure, but we can make this work. Trust me. He held up a finger to us, mouthing, 1 more minute. Leon, dinner's ready, Mom called. I have to go, he said into the phone. We'll continue this tomorrow. Yes, I'm confident we can turn this around. He hung up and immediately put on his $1 million smile. Sorry about that. Crisis management comes with the territory when you're handling this level of investment. How much are you managing now? I asked, genuinely curious. Let's just say it's more than most people see in a lifetime, Leon said, loosening his tie. The firm's really betting big on my division. Mom beamed. We're so proud. Aren't we proud, Robert? Absolutely, Dad said, clapping Leon on the shoulder. Always knew you had it in you, son. We sat down to eat, and the conversation followed its predictable pattern. Leon talked about his work, vaguely, with lots of important-sounding buzzwords. Mom and Dad hung on every word. I ate my pot roast and made appropriate noises. Speaking of investments, Leon said, cutting into his meat, Alexis and I are looking at houses in Westfield. You know, the new development near the country club. Those are beautiful homes, Mom gushed. So expensive, though. When you're in my position, you have to think about image, Leon explained. Clients want to see success. They want to know their money's in good hands. Makes sense, Dad agreed. You can't look like you're struggling when you're handling other people's fortunes. I nearly choked on my water. Other people's fortunes? Leon's managing portfolios for some very high net worth individuals, Dad said proudly. Isn't that right, son? Among other things, Leon said. It's a complex business, Ellie. Lots of moving parts. His phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at it, and I caught a flash of something. Worry? Panic? Cross his face before he flipped it over. Everything okay? I asked. Fine, fine. Just the markets. They never sleep, you know? He forced another smile. Actually, speaking of business, I've been thinking about diversifying into some new sectors. Clean energy? Maybe. Ellie, you might have some insights there. This was new. Leon had never asked for my professional opinion on anything. What kind of insights? Well, you work in the field. What companies should I be watching? What technologies are about to break big? I studied his face. Why the sudden interest in renewable energy? It's the future, right? That's what you've always said. Maybe it's time I started listening to my little sister. Mom practically glowed. Oh, how wonderful. You two working together. Leon's phone buzzed again. This time he couldn't hide his flinch. You sure everything's okay? I pressed. Actually, he said, standing up abruptly, I should take this. It's international markets, different time zones. You know how it is. He stepped out onto the back porch, but I could see him through the glass door. His body language was tense, defensive. At one point, he ran his hand through his hair, something he only did when he was stressed. He works so hard, Mom said, watching him too. Sometimes I worry he's pushing himself too much. Success requires sacrifice, Dad said. Leon understands that. I excused myself to use the bathroom, but took a detour past the porch door. Leon was facing away from the house, but his voice carried. I understand the margin call, but I need more time. The positions will recover, I'm sure of it. No, I can't liquidate now. We'd lose everything. Margin call. I knew exactly what that meant. I slipped back to the dining room before he came inside. Sorry about that, Leon said, rejoining us. Where were we? You were asking Ellie about clean energy investments, Mom reminded him. Right. He looked at me with an expression I'd never seen before, almost desperate. So, any recommendations? Companies that might be undervalued right now? I met his eyes across the table. Leon, are you asking me for investment advice? Just curious about your perspective. You've been in this field for years now. I have, I agreed. And my perspective is that renewable energy is a long-term play, not something you jump into if you need quick returns. Something flickered in his expression. What if someone hypothetically needed faster results? Then they shouldn't be investing in clean energy, I said simply. They should probably be looking at their risk management instead. Leon's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Mom, oblivious to the undercurrent, jumped in. Well, I think it's wonderful that you're both so successful in your fields, different paths, but both doing so well. I looked around the table, at my parents' proud faces, at Leon's barely concealed panic, at the house that represented everything they'd valued over me. Actually, I said, I should probably head home. Early day tomorrow. Of course, sweetheart, Mom said. Work hard. Play hard, right? As I gathered my things, Leon caught my arm in the hallway. Ellie, about what I asked earlier. About investment advice? If you hear about any opportunities, anything solid, would you let me know? I looked at him for a long moment. My brother, the golden child, asking me for help. Sure, Leon, I said. I'll keep my ears open. But as I drove home, I wasn't thinking about helping him. I was thinking about timing, about patience, about waiting for exactly the right moment. It was coming soon. I could feel it. The call came at 6 a.m. on a Tuesday, Mom's number flashing on my phone while I was reviewing quarterly reports in my home office. Ellie? Her voice was shaking. Ellie, something terrible has happened. I set down my coffee. What's wrong? It's Leon. It's all over the news. They're saying he stole money. I pulled up my laptop and searched Leon's name. The headlines hit me like a freight train. Henderson and Associates executive charged with embezzlement. Ponzi scheme uncovered at major investment firm. Clients lose millions in financial fraud case. Mom, slow down. What exactly happened? The FBI came to his apartment this morning, she sobbed. They arrested him, Ellie. Our Leon in handcuffs on the morning news. I clicked through the articles. Leon's photo was everywhere. Not the polished headshots from the company website, but a grainy shot of him being led away in cuffs, his face pale and shocked. The lawyer says it's all a misunderstanding, Mom continued. Leon would never steal. You know he wouldn't. But I was reading the details. Falsified investment reports, client money diverted to cover trading losses. A scheme that had been running for over 2 years. Mom, where's Dad? He's not handling this well. He locked himself in his study. Won't come out. Won't eat. Her voice cracked. Ellie, what are we going to do? My phone buzzed with another call. Camila. Mom, I need to take this. I'll call you back. I switched lines. Cam? Holy shit, Ellie. Are you seeing this? Yeah, I'm seeing it. Your brother's all over the financial news. They're saying he ran a Ponzi scheme for 2 years, used new investor money to pay old investors while gambling the rest on high-risk trades. I scrolled through more articles. The numbers were staggering. $12 million in client losses, forged documents, fake account statements. Ellie, this is insane. Your parents must be devastated. Mom just called. She's in denial. Thinks it's all a mistake. What about you? How are you handling this? I stared at Leon's mugshot on my screen. The golden boy, finally exposed. I'm fine, I said. Fine? Ellie, your brother just became the most hated man in the state. This is going to destroy your family. Before I could respond, my phone rang again. Mom. I have to go, Cam. Ellie? Mom's voice was even more frantic now. The reporters are here. They're on our lawn, asking questions about Leon, about our family. What do we tell them? Don't tell them anything. Don't open the door. But they're saying such horrible things about him, about us. They're asking if we knew, if we were involved. Were you involved? Of course not. How can you even ask that? Mom, I'm just trying to understand what happened. What happened is that someone set up our son. This is all lies, Ellie. Leon is a good boy. He's successful. He's smart. He would never. She broke off, sobbing again. Mom, where's Leon now? They released him on bail. He's staying at a hotel because the reporters won't leave his building alone. Alexis. Her voice turned bitter. Alexis won't see him. She returned his ring yesterday. Of course she did. Alexis was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. What does his lawyer say? That we need to prepare for a long fight, that the government has been building this case for months, but it's all circumstantial, right? They can't prove Leon actually intended to steal anything. I pulled up another article. The FBI had seized Leon's computers, his phone records, his bank statements. They had recordings of him lying to clients about their account balances. Mom, I think you need to prepare for the possibility that... No. Her voice turned sharp. Don't you dare. Leon is your brother. He's family. We stick together as a family. Even if he's guilty? He's not guilty. My other line beeped. Unknown number. Mom, I have another call coming in. Ellie, wait. We need to talk about money. The legal fees are going to be enormous, and with all the bad publicity, your father's business is already suffering. People are canceling contracts. What are you asking me? Could you maybe help us out? Just temporarily, until this all gets sorted out. I almost laughed. After 10 years of dismissing my career, now they wanted my help. How much are you talking about? Maybe 10,000? 15? I know it's a lot, but Leon's lawyer says. I'll think about it, I said, and switched to the other line. Is this Ellie Williams? Who's asking? This is Janet Morrison from Channel 7 News. I'm calling about your brother Leon Williams and the charges against him. Would you be willing to comment on... I hung up. The phone rang immediately. Another reporter. I turned it off and sat in the quiet of my office, surrounded by the evidence of my success, patents framed on the walls, awards from environmental organizations, financial statements showing profits that dwarfed anything Leon had ever legitimately earned. My laptop chimed with an email notification. The subject line made me smile. Henderson and Associates Asset Liquidation, Confidential Inquiry. I opened it. A bankruptcy firm reaching out about acquiring distressed assets from Leon's company, properties, equipment, client lists. I picked up my landline and dialed. Michael Stanley's office. This is Ellie Williams. I need to schedule a meeting with Michael. Today, if possible. Certainly, Ms. Williams. What's this regarding? I looked at Leon's mugshot still open on my screen. An acquisition opportunity, I said. A very time-sensitive one. Michael's office was on the 40th floor of downtown's tallest building, floor-to-ceiling windows, mahogany desk, the kind of place that screamed expensive legal advice. Ellie, he said, standing as I walked in, I have to say, when you called about acquiring Henderson and Associates assets, I was intrigued. I sat across from his desk. What's the situation? Complete liquidation. The firm's hemorrhaging money, clients are fleeing, and the FBI has frozen most accounts pending investigation. He slid a folder across the desk. They're desperate to sell everything, office equipment, client databases, even their lease agreements. I flipped through the documents. What about the residential properties? That's where it gets interesting. Michael leaned back in his chair. Leon leveraged several personal assets as collateral for business loans, including your parents' house. I looked up. Their house is collateral? Leon convinced them to sign papers last year, told them it was a formality for a business expansion loan. They had no idea he was using it to cover trading losses. So, if the business fails, they lose the house. The bank's already initiated foreclosure proceedings. I set the folder down. How long do they have? 60 days, maybe 90 if they get a good lawyer. But honestly, Ellie, unless someone pays off the loan, we're talking about $400,000, they're going to lose everything. And Leon? Leon's broke. Worse than broke. His legal fees alone will bankrupt him, assuming he doesn't go to prison first. I stood and walked to the window, looking down at the city below. Somewhere out there, my parents were probably still telling themselves this was all a mistake. I want to buy it, I said. The business assets? All of it. The company, the equipment, the debts. And I want to buy the loan on my parents' house. Michael was quiet for a moment. Ellie, that's a significant investment. We're talking about millions of dollars to acquire everything. I can handle it. Are you sure? I know your consulting firm is doing well, but this level of capital... Michael, I need you to set up a trust. Anonymous. I don't want my name anywhere on these transactions. He studied my face. What exactly are you planning? I'm planning to let karma run its course. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in Camila's apartment, watching the news coverage of Henderson and Associates' bankruptcy auction. Anonymous buyer acquires all assets, the reporter was saying. The identity of the purchaser remains unknown, but sources say the sale price was well above market value. Camila muted the TV. Ellie, please tell me you're not doing what I think you're doing. What do you think I'm doing? Buying your brother's company out of spite. I'm making a business investment. Bullshit. She turned to face me fully. You're planning revenge. I can see it in your eyes. My phone rang. Mom. Should I answer it? I asked Camila. You're going to anyway. I picked up. Hi, Mom. Ellie, thank God. We've been trying to reach you for days. I've been busy with work. What's going on? Everything's falling apart. Her voice was raw from crying. Leon's lawyer says the case is worse than we thought. They have recordings, Ellie, actual recordings of him lying to clients. I'm sorry to hear that. And the house. Oh God, the house. We got papers from the bank. They're saying we have 30 days to pay $400,000 or they're taking it. 30 days? I thought you had longer. Leon's lawyer filed some motion that backfired, made everything happen faster. She was sobbing now. Ellie, we don't have $400,000. We don't have $40,000. Your father's business is ruined. No one will work with us. What about Leon? Can't he help? Leon can't even help himself. His accounts are frozen, he's facing 20 years in prison, and Alexis took half his stuff when she moved out. I looked at Camila, who was shaking her head. Mom, what do you want me to do? We need a loan, a big one. I know it's asking a lot, but your family, you're all we have left. How much are we talking about? The full 400,000. I know it sounds impossible, but maybe you could get a business loan, use your company as collateral. I almost smiled. They still had no idea what my little consulting firm was actually worth. That's a lot of money, Mom. I know, but we'll pay you back. Somehow. We'll sell everything else, downsize, whatever it takes. What does Dad say about this? Your father. She paused. Your father hasn't spoken to anyone in 3 days. He just sits in his study, staring at the wall. I think he's having some kind of breakdown. And Leon? Leon keeps saying he can fix this, that he has a plan. But Ellie, I don't think he can fix anything anymore. I stood up and walked to Camila's kitchen, lowering my voice. Mom, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Of course. Did you know about what Leon was doing? How can you ask me that? Because I need to know if you were willfully ignorant or actually ignorant. We trusted him, she said quietly. He showed us statements, told us about his success. We believed him because he was our son. Even when I told you renewable energy was the future, even when I said his investments seemed risky, you were studying trees, Ellie. Leon had an MBA. I closed my eyes. Even now, even with Leon in handcuffs and their house in foreclosure, she couldn't admit they'd been wrong about me. I'll see what I can do, I said. Really? Oh, Ellie, thank you. I knew we could count on you. Family sticks together. I hung up and went back to the living room. Well? Camila asked. They want me to save them. Are you going to? I picked up the remote and unmuted the TV. The news had moved on to weather, but I could still see the Henderson and Associates building in my mind, the building I now owned. I'm going to save them, I said, just not the way they think. My phone buzzed with a text from Michael. Foreclosure meeting scheduled for next Friday, 2 p.m. Bank's lawyer, your parents' lawyer, and the new loan holder will all be present. Are you ready for this? I typed back, I'll be there. Camila read over my shoulder. Ellie, once you do this, there's no going back. Good, I said. I don't want to go back. The law office smelled like leather and desperation. Mom and Dad sat across from a mahogany conference table, clutching each other's hands like they were drowning. Leon slouched in his chair, staring at his phone, probably reading more headlines about his downfall. George Hill, their bankruptcy lawyer, was shuffling through papers with the resigned expression of someone delivering terminal diagnoses for a living. The situation is straightforward, George said. The loan holder has agreed to meet today to discuss terms. There's a possibility of restructuring the debt, but what? Dad asked. His voice was hoarse. I'd never seen him look so small. But you need to understand that $400,000 is a substantial amount. Without significant assets or income to guarantee repayment, most lenders would simply proceed with foreclosure. Mom's grip on Dad's hand tightened. So there's no hope? I didn't say that. The new loan holder specifically requested this meeting, which suggests they're open to negotiation. Leon finally looked up from his phone. Who is the new loan holder? The bank sold the loan? Yes, to a private investment trust. They acquired it as part of a larger portfolio purchase. What kind of trust? Leon pressed. George consulted his notes. The Meridian Investment Trust. I don't have much information about them, but they seem to specialize in distressed asset acquisition. I checked my watch. 1:58 p.m. They should be here any minute, George said. The conference room door opened and Michael walked in, followed by a woman in an expensive suit carrying a briefcase. George Hill? Michael extended his hand. Michael Stanley, representing the Meridian Investment Trust. George stood to shake hands. Of course, and this is? Sarah Martinez, our financial analyst. My parents and Leon were watching this exchange with desperate hope. They had no idea they were looking at my lawyer and my accountant. Please sit, George said. My clients are very eager to discuss restructuring options. Michael sat directly across from my family. Sarah took the seat beside him and opened her briefcase with clinical efficiency. Before we begin, Michael said, I should mention that the trust's principal will be joining us shortly. She prefers to handle these negotiations personally. She? Mom asked. The trust is managed by a woman, yes. Very successful in renewable energy investments, from what I understand. Leon's head snapped up. Renewable energy? Among other sectors, Sarah said smoothly. The trust has diversified holdings. I waited another minute, then knocked on the conference room door. That should be her now, Michael said, standing. The door opened and I walked in. The silence was deafening. Mom's mouth fell open. Dad blinked rapidly, like he was trying to process what he was seeing. Leon just stared. Hello? I said, taking the empty chair next to Michael's. Sorry I'm late. Ellie? Mom's voice was barely a whisper. What the hell is this? Leon demanded. This, I said, opening the folder Sarah handed me, is a business meeting. George looked confused. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Are you representing the trust? I am the trust, I said simply. Dad found his voice. That's impossible. Ellie works for a small consulting firm. I own several consulting firms, I corrected, along with a renewable energy technology company, a patent portfolio worth about $50 million, and as of 2 weeks ago, the remains of Henderson and Associates. The color drained from Leon's face. You bought my company? I bought your debt. Your company was worthless. This is insane, Mom said, looking between me and Michael. Ellie, what's going on? Why are you here? I pulled out the loan documents. I'm here because I own the mortgage on your house. The bank sold it to me. You? Dad's voice cracked. You bought our house? I bought your debt. There's a difference. Leon slammed his hand on the table. This is some kind of sick joke. No joke, I said, meeting his eyes. This is business. The same kind of business you've been doing for years, except I'm actually good at it. George cleared his throat. Ms. Williams, if you're the loan holder, then you have the authority to restructure this debt. Your parents are hoping— I know what they're hoping. I cut him off. They're hoping I'll save them, just like they hoped Leon would make them rich. Ellie, please, Mom said, tears starting to flow. We're family. Are we? I asked. Because family doesn't steal their daughter's college fund. Family doesn't dismiss their daughter's career for 10 years. Family doesn't call their daughter's life work tree-hugging and worthless. We never said worthless, Dad protested weakly. You said I'd be lucky to make $40,000 a year. You said environmental science was nonsense. You said Leon's opportunity was more important than my education. We were wrong, Mom sobbed. We were wrong about everything, but please don't punish us for— Punish you? I laughed, and it sounded cold even to me. I'm not punishing you. I'm giving you exactly what you gave me. What's that supposed to mean? Leon asked. I stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the city where I'd built my empire while they celebrated their golden boy. It means you're on your own, I said without turning around. Just like you left me. Ellie, wait, Dad said. We can work this out. We can pay you back. With what money? I turned back to face them. Leon's broke. Your business is ruined. You have no assets, no income, no prospects. We have the house, Mom said desperately. No, I said, sitting back down. I have the house. You have 30 days to vacate it. The room erupted. Leon started yelling about lawsuits and revenge. Mom collapsed into sobs. Dad just sat there, staring at me like he'd never seen me before. George tried to restore order. Ms. Williams, surely we can negotiate some kind of payment plan. There's nothing to negotiate, I said, standing again. The loan is in default. I'm exercising my right to foreclose. You can't do this, Leon said, his voice shaking with rage. You can't destroy your own family. I looked at him, really looked at him, the golden boy who'd taken everything from me and lost it all through his own greed and stupidity. I'm not destroying anything, I said quietly. I'm just not saving you from the consequences of your own choices. I gathered my papers and headed for the door. Ellie, Mom called after me. Please, we'll do anything. I stopped with my hand on the doorknob. Anything? I asked. Yes, she said eagerly. Anything. I turned back to face them one last time. Then you should have thought of that 10 years ago. I didn't make it to the elevator before Leon caught up with me. Ellie, wait! He grabbed my arm, spinning me around. His face was flushed, desperate. You can't be serious about this. I pulled my arm free. Dead serious. This is our parents we're talking about. Your parents. They raised you, fed you, put a roof over your head for 18 years. And then they took my future and handed it to you on a silver platter. That was different. That was an investment opportunity. That lost them everything. I pressed the elevator button, just like I said it would. Leon stepped closer, lowering his voice. Look, I know I screwed up. I know the investment went bad. But destroying Mom and Dad won't fix that. I'm not destroying them. I'm just not saving them. Same thing. The elevator dinged and the doors opened. I stepped inside, but Leon blocked the doors from closing. What do you want? He asked. Money? I don't have any, but when this legal mess gets sorted out. Leon, you're going to prison. There is no when this gets sorted out. Then what? What will it take for you to walk away from this? I looked at him, really looked at him. Even now, facing bankruptcy and criminal charges, he still thought he could negotiate his way out. Still thought he was the smart one. I want you to tell them, I said. Tell them what? The truth. About the college fund. About what really happened to their money. Leon's face went pale. What are you talking about? I know about the margin calls, Leon. I know you lost my college fund in the first 6 months and spent the next 2 years covering it up with other people's money. That's not. How did you? Marcus told me, years ago. He felt guilty about what you'd done. Leon sagged against the elevator door frame. Ellie, please, if Mom and Dad find out, they'll what? Be disappointed in their golden boy? Finally see you for what you really are? It'll kill them. No, Leon, losing their house will kill them. Watching their son go to prison will kill them. Finding out their daughter could have saved them but chose not to, that might actually kill them. I pressed the elevator button again. Move! Ellie, move, or I call security. He stepped back, and the doors started to close. You're making a mistake, he called out. This isn't who you are. But the doors closed, and I was alone. I made it to the parking garage before my phone started ringing. Mom's number. I let it go to voicemail, then listened to the message. Ellie, please call me back. Please. I know you're angry, and you have every right to be, but we can fix this. We can make this right. Just, please don't do this. Please don't take our home. The phone rang again immediately. Dad this time. I answered. Ellie. His voice was broken. I need to understand something. What's that? How long have you been successful? How long have you been wealthy? I sat in my car, staring at the concrete wall of the parking garage. About 8 years. 8 years. He was quiet for a long moment. And you never told us. Why would I? So you could ask me for money? So you could take credit for my success? So we could be proud of you. I almost laughed. You were never proud of me, Dad. You were proud of Leon. I was just the disappointment who studied trees. That's not true, isn't it? When's the last time you asked about my work? When's the last time you bragged about me to your friends? Silence. That's what I thought. Ellie, I know we made mistakes. Mistakes? My voice rose. Dad, you stole my future and gave it to Leon. That wasn't a mistake. That was a choice. We thought we were doing what was best for the family. You thought you were doing what was best for Leon. I was never part of the equation. That's not. It is true, and you know it. Even now, even with Leon facing prison and your house in foreclosure, you're still trying to protect him. Still trying to make excuses for him. Dad was crying now. I could hear it in his voice. What do you want from us, Ellie? What can we do to make this right? Nothing, I said. There's nothing you can do. It's too late. It's never too late. We're family. No, Dad. We're strangers who happen to share DNA. Family supports each other. Family believes in each other. Family doesn't sacrifice one child for another. I hung up and turned off my phone. Camila was waiting in my driveway when I got home, sitting on my front steps with 2 cups of coffee. Rough day? She asked, handing me a cup. You could say that. How did they take it? About as well as you'd expect. Leon tried to guilt me in the hallway. Dad called crying. Mom left 3 more voicemails on the drive home. Camila studied my face. How are you holding up? I'm fine. Ellie. I'm fine, Cam. This is what they deserve. Is it? Or is this what you think they deserve? I sat down beside her on the steps. What's the difference? The difference is that revenge never feels as good as you think it will. This isn't revenge, this is consequences. Same thing, different word. We sat in silence for a while, watching the sun set over the neighborhood where I'd built my new life, far from my parents' house, far from their expectations and disappointments. They'll be homeless, Camila said quietly. They'll figure something out. They always do. Will they? I didn't answer because I wasn't sure, and for the first time since this whole thing started, that uncertainty felt like a weight in my chest. I should go, Camila said, standing up. But Ellie, whatever you decide to do next, make sure it's something you can live with. She left me sitting on my steps, holding my coffee, and wondering if the hollow feeling in my stomach was satisfaction or something else entirely. My phone buzzed with a text from Michael. Foreclosure proceedings will begin Monday. Are you sure about this? I stared at the message for a long time before typing back, yes. But as I hit send, I realized I wasn't sure about anything anymore. The foreclosure was finalized on a Thursday. I drove past the house that afternoon and saw the moving truck in the driveway. Mom was standing on the front lawn, directing the movers with boxes that contained 30 years of their life together. She saw my car and walked over before I could drive away. Ellie. She looked exhausted, older somehow. I wasn't sure you'd come. I was just driving by. We're moving into a one-bedroom apartment across town. Your father found a part-time job at an accounting firm. It's not much, but that's good, I said, not knowing what else to say. Leon's sentencing is next week. His lawyer thinks he'll get 12 years. I nodded. I heard. Mom wrapped her arms around herself. I keep thinking about what you said, about the college fund, about how we treated you. Mom, no, let me say this. You were right. We did choose Leon over you. We did dismiss your dreams. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Apologies don't change anything. I know, but I need you to know that we were wrong about everything, about you, about Leon, about what success really means. A mover walked past carrying a box labeled Leon's trophies. High school football, college debate team, business school awards, all meaningless now. The house looks smaller than I remembered, I said. It was never about the house, Mom replied. It was about having a place where our family could be together. But I guess we lost that long before we lost the house. I looked at her, really looked at her. The woman who'd raised me, who'd made my favorite cookies when I was sick, who'd also stood by while Dad dismissed my dreams and Leon took my future. I have to go, I said. Ellie, wait. She reached through the car window and touched my hand. I know you'll probably never forgive us, but I want you to know. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of what you've accomplished, and I'm ashamed that it took losing everything for me to see it. I pulled my hand away and drove off without looking back. That night, I sat in my home office staring at the deed to their house. My house now. I could rent it out, sell it, tear it down, and build something new. I had all the power now. My laptop was open to a Reddit thread I'd been reading, stories about family betrayal, about revenge, about people who'd gotten back at those who'd wronged them. The comments were always the same. Good for you, and they got what they deserved, and justice served. But none of those stories mentioned the emptiness that came after. None of them talked about the hollow victory, the way revenge tasted like ash in your mouth. I opened a new browser tab and started typing. Aita for destroying my family after they stole my college fund? I wrote out the whole story. Every detail, every betrayal, every moment of calculated revenge. I wrote about the college fund, about working 3 jobs, about the patent that changed everything. I wrote about Leon's downfall and my parents' foreclosure and the look on their faces when they realized who I'd become. When I finished, I stared at the post for a long time. Then I deleted it. Instead, I picked up my phone and called Camila. Hey, she said, how are you holding up? I think I made a mistake. Which part? All of it. The revenge, the foreclosure, the cold shoulder. I thought it would feel better than this. And how does it feel? Empty. Like I won, but I lost something too. Camila was quiet for a moment. What are you going to do? I looked at the deed again, then at the framed photo on my desk, me and Camila at our college graduation. She'd been there when my family wasn't. She'd celebrated my success when they couldn't see it. I'm going to start a foundation, I said, for women in STEM whose families don't support their dreams. Full scholarships, mentorship programs, everything I wish I'd had. That's beautiful, Ellie. But what about your parents? I thought about Mom standing on the lawn, apologizing for things that couldn't be undone, about Dad's broken voice on the phone, about Leon, who'd probably spend the next decade in prison thinking about the choices that led him there. I can't give them their house back, I said, and I can't forgive them for what they did. But maybe I can make sure other girls don't go through what I went through. And your family? They're not my family anymore. You are. The women I'm going to help, they're my family now. I hung up and opened my laptop again. This time, I started typing a different kind of post. The Ellie Foundation is now accepting applications for our first round of scholarships. We support young women pursuing careers in environmental science, renewable energy, and related STEM fields, especially those whose families don't believe in their dreams. I attached my story not as a plea for judgment, but as a promise that what happened to me wouldn't happen to them. The responses started coming in within hours. Stories from girls whose parents wanted them to be teachers or nurses instead of engineers. Stories from young women whose college funds had been borrowed for their brothers' business ventures. Stories that sounded exactly like mine. I read every single one. By morning, I had over 300 applications and a waiting list of mentors. Successful women in STEM who wanted to pay it forward. I never heard from my parents again. Sometimes I wondered if they tried to contact me and I just never saw the messages. Sometimes I wondered if they thought about me at all. But it didn't matter anymore. I'd built something bigger than revenge, something that would outlast my anger and their regret. The foundation's first scholarship recipient was an 18-year-old named Maria, whose parents had spent her college fund on her brother's failed restaurant. She wanted to study solar energy engineering. When I handed her the check, she started crying. "Thank you," she said. "You have no idea what this means." But I did know. I knew exactly what it meant to have someone believe in your dreams when your own family wouldn't. That was worth more than any revenge. That was justice.